Okay, the Committee on Finance will come to order for, today is Thursday, January 12th, and we're in room 306. And we'll continue our briefings with all the department. Next up is Dex.
Hello, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the Committee on Finance. Would just like to start by wishing you all a very happy new year. Thank you for having us here this morning. Mahalo for this opportunity to be here to discuss our budget that's been presented. My name is Keith Regan, and I'm the Acting Director and Comptroller for the State of Hawaii's Department of Accounting and General Services. We're here this morning to review the testimony that we submitted on our biennium budget, to provide insight into our priorities, and to answer any questions that the committee may have regarding our budget and operations. Chair, if I may ask your permission, I'd like to just briefly introduce our team from DAGS that are here joining us this morning,
please.
if you don't mind. I'd like to first introduce our Acting Deputy, Myo-Ling Silliman. I'm very fortunate to have Myo-Ling as our deputy and serving in this role, as she has a tremendous amount of experience serving as DAGS's Administrative Services Officer for quite some time, and so just very grateful for her many years of wealth and knowledge. This is just in order of program ID, so please bear with me. But representing our accounting division, Accounting Administrator Lenora Fisher, and if I could just ask them to stand and just kind of wave. Representing our audit division, Audit Administrator Ronald Shiigi. Representing the Office of Information Practices, Director Cheryl Kakazu Park. Representing the Archives Division, Archives Administrator Dr. Adam Jansen. Representing the Office of Enterprise Technology Services, Chief Information Officer Doug Murdoch. Representing Risk Management Officer Tracy Kitaoka. Representing the Land Survey Division, Administrator Reed Surratt. Reed's here. Representing our Public Works Division, Administrator Chris Kinimaka. Representing our Central Services Division, Acting Administrator Richard Louis. Representing our State Procurement Office, Purchasing Chief, Don Sirota Kashiwabara. Sorry, Don. It's a lot, so sorry about that. And Acting State Procurement Administrator, Bonnie Kahakui Sensor, regrets for not being able to be here this morning. Representing the Automotive Management Division, Administrator Michael Arakaki. Representing our Hawaii District Office, but unable to be present this morning due to an illness, is Administrator and Engineering Program Manager Mary Joy Angsiako. Representing our Kauai District Office Administrator, Administrator and Engineering Program Manager Eric Agena. Representing our Maui District Office, Administrator and Engineering Program Manager Jeff Pearson. Representing the Campaign Spending Commission, Executive Director Kristen Izumi Nitao. Representing the Office of Elections, Chief Elections Officer Scott Scott. Representing the State Foundation on Culture and the Arts, Interim Executive Director Karen Ewald. Representing the King Kamehameha Celebration Commission, Executive Director Amy Hammond. Representing the Enhanced 911 Board, Executive Director Courtney Tagupa couldn't be here this morning. However, Chair Thalia Burns is present. Thank you, Chair, for being here. Representing the State Building Code, I believe Chair Howard Wieg may be here as well. Joining us from the Comptroller's Office, and I'll do this very quickly, is our Planning and Policy Analyst, Tony Benavisi. Tony, thanks for being here. From our Administrative Services Office, Acting Administrative Services Officer, Cassandra Toyofuku. Our Management Analyst 5, Miyoki Ng, and Management Analyst Andrew Choi. And joining us from our Personnel Office, our Departmental Human Resources Officer, Daylene Liu. And from our Systems and Procedures Office, Derek Soritani. If I've missed anybody, I apologize profusely, but this is our DAGS team. Chair and members, the past few years have been particularly challenging, navigating our way through this incredibly hard pandemic. We're thankful for the incredible support and guidance that we received from the legislature that was indicative of a true partnership between branches of government. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the great work of the prior comptroller, Kurt Otaguro, and his deputy, Audrey Hidano. These two individuals dedicated themselves to public service and helped lead the department through some of the most difficult times, and I just wanted to mahalo them. As reflected in the introductions of our team, the Department of Accounting and General Services, otherwise known as DAGS, provides a broad range of services to both internal and external customers. This is done through the more than 650 positions that make up our 8 divisions, 6 offices, and 11 attached agencies. And these services reach virtually every corner of our state. As our state grows, new facilities are developed and constructed to meet the needs of our community. Existing facilities continue to age and require repair and maintenance to ensure that they are safe for our employees and the public. The growing acres of managed grounds require a higher level of attention than they did in the past to keep them safe and presentable. The number of accounting transactions continue to increase, and not only increase, but also increase in number, but also increase in complexity. What you see reflected in our written testimony and the included tables is a reflection of the ever-growing demands being placed on the department and our commitment to do our best to meet those demands. If I had to summarize our 4 largest challenges at this point in time that you'll see woven throughout our testimony, they would be vacancies, the need for more resources, a deferred maintenance situation that we're dealing with, and supply chain related price increases that continue to drive up the cost of vehicles, construction supplies, and energy, just to name a few. Layer on top of all of those challenges the surcharge that we inevitably pay as the cost of doing business on the neighbor islands. For those of us from the neighbor islands, you can relate to what I'm describing, but regardless, we must remain committed, just as committed in the delivery of our services there as we are here on the island of Oahu. If you take a moment, I would just ask you to turn briefly to Table 4 on page 17 of 66 in your binder or in the packet that you've received. This is entitled Budget Decisions. You will see that we put forward a request that attempts to address these 4 challenges as well as some of the other issues that we're dealing with. We requested full-year funding for positions, resources to support the growing needs of our neighbor islands, and funds that will help us support the core mission of our programs. You'll notice that there are a number of requests that were submitted by the department but didn't make it into the governor's decision, which was transmitted. Please know that we have and we continue to advocate our need to budget and finance and the governor's office, and we're hopeful that many of those blanks that you see on that table will be filled in with our original requests, or at least a portion of that request, as part of a future governor's message. Table 6, entitled Proposed Budget Additions, found on pages 20 to 25, provides greater detail and insight into all of the requests that are found in Table 4. You can see that all of those requests that we pushed forward, regardless of whether they were included or not in the governor's transmittal. We, DAGs, are placing a significant amount of effort on addressing the vacancies within DAGs, and you can get a sense of the significant lift that will be required to move the needle by reviewing Table 11, which is entitled Vacancy Report as of November 30th, 2022, and is found on pages 36 to 39. We're working very closely with our personnel office to identify ways to fast-track our internal processes to ensure that positions are posted, lists of eligibles are received in a timely manner, and that interviews are scheduled quickly and job offers made as quickly as possible. For positions that need to be established, we're committed to working with our programs to help them navigate that process, because that process can be challenging at times, but it is required in order to move the positions forward into that recruitment phase. Like other departments, many of the positions we are actively recruiting for have experienced declined offers due to low salaries and non-competitive benefits. We've experienced ghosting, where eligible candidates fail to return calls, emails, and even decline to show up for scheduled interviews. This can be very frustrating for our team, but we still need to move forward. As I'm sure you're all very aware, vacant positions do not mean that the job or the responsibility is ignored. Instead, other members of our team must be asked to make sacrifices to support the overall needs of their respective divisions and those we serve. Table 13, entitled Overtime Expenditure Summary, found on pages 41 to 43, is a good representation of the additional work being taken on by members of our team as we work through the challenges of filling our vacancies. I'd specifically like to thank those members of our team that have set aside their personal time and lives to help us deliver on our mission. The final section that I wanted to highlight relates to Table 15, entitled Capital Improvements Program, CIP requests. That's found on page 55. While we're grateful for the inclusion of these projects as part of the requests, there are a number of other projects that we will be working with Budget and Finance to hopefully get included in the proposal that comes forward from the governor, in the governor's message. Our Public Works Division is here to talk about those CIP projects and perhaps provide some additional insight to the projects that we'd like to have the governor consider moving forward. Chair, Vice Chair, members, I just wanted to again mahalo you for the opportunity to provide this very brief overview of our testimony and our budget, and would welcome any questions you may have. Again, our staff is here to provide insight and to provide details into the programs that they have and they're going to be moving forward with. So with that, Chair, I would welcome any questions, and mahalo again for your time and your consideration.
Yep, thank you very much. Members, we're open up to questions. Who wants to be first? Yeah. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you. On your overtime, where does that funding come from? Is it already funded for overtime, or is it something that comes from vacancies, or?
I think it's a combination of both. So because we do have these vacant positions, we have the funds that are available to be redirected and utilized to support that. We don't like doing that, for a number of different reasons, because as I mentioned in my opening remarks, you're asking individuals to take time out of their personal lives, and they'll do it, right? They'll step up to the plate. They're willing to do it. And as long as we've got the funds to support that, we're going to not encourage it, but we're going to approve that request, because the job has to get done. But you can only do that for so long. And so that's part of the reason why we wanted to call attention to that particular table, because ultimately we want to get the jobs filled. We don't want to have to pay overtime. At least, you will pay it, but we're not to the level that we have had to currently. Thank you, Representative.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kobayashi.
What's the vacancy rate?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have, out of, I think, about 750, approved positions, approximately, about 150 positions that are vacant. So that's a significant number of positions. Some of them, are in the process of being filled right now, or in some part of the recruitment phase. So we're hoping to work through that list, but we need to spend a lot of time on it.
That's low.
Yeah.
Relatively.
Yeah. It's still a concern, though, for us. It's a big concern.
Okay, thank you. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Comptroller. Congratulations
Morning,
on your appointment,
Representative.
and thank you for your willingness to serve. I know DAGS has been working really hard to modernize, fairly antiquated systems of the state. I want to acknowledge the work of Mr. Murdoch and Ms. Fisher and their teams on the payroll initiative, the High Pay, High Mod initiative. And I know the next big initiative you're undertaking is regarding replacing FAMOUS, or and you list here the Enterprise Financial System project. Can you give us an update on where that's at, in addition to the 13 permanent FTEs you're asking for?
Yeah. I'm going to ask the CIO to come up and maybe add a little more context to it, but I will tell you that the Enterprise Financial System and the ERP itself is a big project for the department. It spans multiple departments and multiple functions, as you well know, Representative. And currently the integrator is working through some of the challenges that we've experienced, trying to take, the project itself has a number of items that have been identified as part of sort of the core portion of the project. And it's been difficult trying to, work through some of those issues. But I feel like, we're in a place where, we're having good dialogue with the integrator, LSI, and that, given the fact that we've received some support for our accounting division, who is extremely important to be involved in that process, that you're going to see more movement forward in a positive direction. But I would like to have Doug come up and just maybe provide some additional insight. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I first want to say that all of our programs, new implementations tend to be challenged for a while, but we do have a tremendous track record of working things out. So tax, you may remember, went through challenges, payroll, time and leave, and all the other ones, Behavioral Health Administration, ERS, and EUTF have projects. So, but we have modernized about 12 systems in the last 10 years, so we've done pretty well. The enterprise financial system is challenged like all the others right now, but we're working closely with the contractor and SAP, who's the vendor of the software, to try and make sure that we get all the ducks lined up so we can move ahead effectively. The 13 positions you asked about were previously funded by federal funds, and so we're looking to put them into general funds going forward. That's the team that helps manage the contractor going through the process.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. So with regard to the system itself, what is your timeline to delivery? Is that something you can share at this time, and the total cost as well?
We're renegotiating that right now with the vendor, so I can't say exactly where it's at. It has currently a budget of 17 million and was supposed to be implemented by this summer, but that's not gonna happen. It'll be probably a year late.
So is the 17 million just like a phase one of the project, or is that in its entirety?
That is phase one. There were additional phases to be added later. So one of the issues right now is, we replaced Famous, but then we also want to replace all the departmental accounting systems so that they are working natively in the new SAP system, the enterprise financial system we're building. So there could be a cost associated with moving all the departments onto the new system so that we're all using the same accounting system instead of using 25 different ones like we are right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Right, members, any further questions? Representative Cochran.
Thank you, and good morning,
Hello.
Comptroller Keith Regan. Good to see you here, Maui boy, and also I see Jeff Pearson there. So aloha,
Aloha.
and thanks for bringing your entire department. So I'm just having gone. So you take care of facilities and help push through. I was visiting in particular Lahaina, historical district area. So the schools in particular have had funding for certain things, been trying to push through the CIP projects, but in the way is things like SHPD, county planning department and what have you. So, and I guess this has been ongoing and so how can we have whoever's in charge of that area been able to, how are we gonna move that? Because I'm new to the whole scene, as you know, coming from county council, but hearing that this has been ongoing and ongoing, I'd like to be here to somehow work with whoever it needs to be to get these projects going. Every day the kids are at risk. There's that one wall in the front along the ocean. So, just any comments towards, just moving things like that along? They've been sitting probably on your list of things to do for a long time.
Yeah, no, thank you, Representative, and it's really nice to see you. It's been quite some time, but you and I, shared many discussions when you were on the council, and permitting is obviously a big issue, right, and a time-consuming issue for projects. I'll have Jeff come up and talk a little bit more specifically about that particular issue, but what I wanted to just generally mention to you is that both of us, having come from the county, we understand how to interface, with some of our county counterparts, particularly those who are in the planning or the permitting side of the house of the operation, to find out what are the delays. Why aren't the permits moving forward as quickly as possible? In fact, I just recently did some investigation into a project out in Kaneohe that is on our list and is ready to go. It's ready to go. Everything's ready. But the permit has been sitting for almost 12 months, and that's not good for a number of reasons. Number one, because we want to deliver a facility to the public that the legislature has worked really hard to provide us funding to support. But then secondly is that, the price of the construction materials keeps going up. The longer we have to wait, the more costly it's going to be. And what we don't want to get into is a situation where you generously provide us funds, and then we have to come back and ask for more. And so my goal as comptroller is to work closely with the different counties to try to identify areas where we can find common ground to maybe dislodge, some of the permitting. We don't, believe it or not, we actually don't have to go in and ask for a permit from the counties, but we do so because ultimately we have to connect up to their systems. We have to use their resources, right? And if we don't kind of abide by what the county's asking, then that's going to be a challenge. And it has been a challenge in the past. And I know Chris can talk, more about that, in depth and detail. But so we try not to pull that card if we don't have to. But when you're looking at 12 months or more, of a permit waiting, we have to really make some tough decisions. But before we do that, I really want to interface with the different county permitting individuals, try to find out, okay, how can we move it forward? Are we doing something wrong that's, causing it to be delayed? SHPD obviously is a big issue for us because we have a lot of historic buildings. Right here in this district alone, almost every building that we take care of is historic. So anytime we try to do something, we've got to go to them, and they've been very helpful of recent. But again, I know this is a long answer to a short question, but I will bring Jeff up to talk specifically about that Lahaina project.
And just, Chair, if rather than take up all, the committee's time, I can go offline
Okay.
and speak with Jeff directly. So now that I know he's here, I can ring his bell. So anyways,
Okay.
he knows.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair.
Members, Representative Alcos?
All right, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Controller. How much is DAGS asking for this year, or even how much money is DAGS asking?
So above our base budget, it's somewhere to the tune of like about 45 million, somewhere around there approximately. I'm sorry, I don't have the number specifically right here, but it's in our tables. It's reflected in there, so we can take a look at that. But it's about 45 million for this.
And then
fiscal
what did you guys get last year?
last year, additions, I'm not, I'll get back to you on that. Yeah, I'll get
Okay.
back to you on that.
Do you guys have any projects like,
'Cause-
for next year, 2024, do you guys have an estimate where you guys probably might go in 2024?
So this particular fiscal year, or the fiscal year 20, they call it 23, 24 is about 45 million, and then 24, 25 is about the same. It's about the same amount. And a lot of that, and if you look at, our requests, a lot of that is positions, a lot of that is resources to be able to carry out, our job and our function, and support all the activities that we were talking about, like with the EFS, the ERP, those types of operations that we have.
Do you guys get any fundings elsewhere, like from this government or matching on that?
Yeah, so some of our revenues are generated through, like, as an example, like parking. We do generate revenue through parking to help offset some of the costs, of that. We do try to seek federal funds, if that's what you're referring to as well. So if there are opportunities to, let's say, do a CIP project, and we can use federal monies, to put that through rather than trying to, tying up general obligation bonds of the state. We do actively search for other opportunities.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Comptroller, for being here, and to your entire department. I have a couple of questions. So my first one's related to renewable energy, and I'm just wondering what the vision is about, trying to move our state buildings towards more renewable energy, and do we already have solar panels going on buildings, and kind of, what is the plan for that?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you, Vice Chair. So, yeah, that has been a commitment of Governor Green, as well as, of the state, is to try to find ways to reduce our consumption of energy, or at least to offset it by utilizing more renewable energy resources. We do have and have entered into contracts with energy, I forget what they call them. There's basically like an organization that we hire to come in and install things like PV panels, batteries, more energy efficient lighting, those types of things. So we have gone through that process where we've retrofitted a number of facilities. Is there more work that can be done? Absolutely, right? There's always an opportunity. And as technology grows, and new opportunities are presented, we have to look at those and take advantage of those opportunities. So yes, we still remain committed to trying to find ways to use more renewables and enter those into our system. The big challenge for us is that, as we're doing that, we're still having to buy energy from HECO and MECO and, all the other energy providers, but their costs are going up. So just as we're starting to save money, the actual amount that we have to pay to the utilities is going up because they're being impacted by supply chain issues as well. So the cost of oil continues to go up, and those types of things. But we're still committed to doing those types of activities.
And is there like a plan you guys have, like by a certain year, you want to have X number of buildings, fully renewable, or that's not there yet?
Well, I've been in the job 40 days now, but it is something that's on my radar. I mean, I am very concerned about it. I personally, utilize PV, personally have an EV. I don't get to drive it, though. My wife drives it. But that's my personal philosophy about trying to do something positive for the environment. And I like to carry that over, into what I'm doing. If I'm given the opportunity to serve as the permanent comptroller, regardless, it's still important for us to continue to focus on that. And so I'll be working with our Central Services Division, our Public Works Division, even our Automotive Management Division to try to find ways to integrate more renewable energy resources, into our programs.
Okay, great. And then my second question is related to one of your CIP requests. You mentioned you're going to do things for this building and the chamber level waterproofing, and I'm just wondering if you can give us an update about what's happening at this building as well. The panels are still up, and I'm just wondering even what the plan is for the water feature around, since that in the years past has been challenging. So if you can give us an update.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Vice Chair. So the first phase of the project, which is going to be waterproofing the Diamond Head side, which is right out here in the back of us, is set to start in May. So May of this year, right after session ends. We didn't want to do it during session just because it would be, with all the noise and everything, be very disruptive, to the hearings, and especially if, you're right outside here, right? But it's an important project. So that starts in May. The barriers were put up because the pools have been drained. And so now you have about a 3 or maybe even 4 foot drop from that, from the, the sides. And that actually presents a significant hazard. People, even if you put up signage, don't go in there, don't do this, they're going to go in there. You're gonna get, somebody's gonna walk on there, somebody's gonna jump in there, they're gonna fall, they're gonna hurt themselves. So from a liability standpoint, those barriers actually play a very important role. I know, maybe we shouldn't have put them up as soon as we did, but quite frankly, the fact that we had those pools drained in preparation for the work that's about to happen, we had to put those barriers up. It cost us about $100,000 to put those barriers up. And so as soon as we're done with the project, I can assure you and I can assure the public that those barriers will come down. The additional money that we're asking for is to, well, let me back up. So this particular project, what it's going to do is they're going to scrape off all the muck that's on there. They're going to get down to the waterproof membrane, and then they're going to essentially reseal the pool. Right? They are not going to, in this particular phase of the project, they're not going to finish it in terms of add water or do something else. It is really just to waterproof it. Let's get it waterproof so it doesn't leak in the Senate chambers down below, because that seems to be the biggest problem that we're dealing with right now. The funding that we're asking for here is essentially the second phase, and I don't want to call it a third phase, but essentially it is to do the EVA side pool, the same thing that we're doing over here, and then to find some sort of alternative to what was in the pool before, right? We had brackish water, it created algae, it was just it was bad. It was just really bad. So we're looking at alternatives, and we're working with SHPD, believe it or not. They've been very receptive, very helpful to find an alternative to water. So if you look at, if you've ever been to the State Museum over here at the Hemeter Building, and you see the pool that's there, they have this glass, it doesn't have water, right, but it has this glass top, right, that sort of emulates water, right, simulates water. So it's something like that as an alternative to actually replacing it with water, is what we're looking at, right? Because ultimately, when you have water, water will find eventually its way through. The waterproof membrane will eventually deteriorate. It's going to have to be, replaced. So if we can do some sort of alternative to water, we want to do that. So that $33.5 million that you see requested there includes doing that waterproofing on the EVA side, and then sort of the final final phase of what the pools will be. We've even, SHPD and some of the discussion that we've had internally with Public Works Division is maybe we can make something where those pools are now usable by the public for some sort of function or event or something like that, right? So that if we wanted to do, perhaps hula or something, that we could utilize those pools as almost like a stage, right? To have functions here, right? To have activities in this amazing property that we have. Those are all top of mind for us, in terms of what we potentially want to do with these funds.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah,
Can I ask
thank
one more question? So, since we're talking about the Capitol building, it just made me think about a comment that I think it was law enforcement maybe yesterday had said relating to metal detectors and how they said that we have them, but it was DAG's decision to put them up or not. And I'm just wondering if there's conversation about safety measures for this building. I know we have, downstairs people have to show their IDs, but I mean, we are an open Capitol, and that always has sort of been, I think, on people's minds, especially after last year at the nation's Capitol with what happened, and just how do we improve safety here at the Capitol?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and I appreciate that, Vice Chair. Thank you. I am just as concerned about safety here in this building. Having come from the county and having witnessed and experienced different safety issues there, it's obvious that we need to do something more significant here in this facility, and we'll be working closely with public safety and law enforcement to try to find a path forward for that. But I do have actually have a meeting with Speaker to go through the Capitol and to identify security opportunities, if you will, for us. And we are very supportive of that. We understand this is a public facility. We have to allow the public to be able to come in here. But we also have to protect the public, and we have to protect our legislators and those that work in this building from hopefully, hopefully nothing will ever happen, but from the potential of something happening. And that is essentially the first line of defense, if you will, right, is that security checkpoint. So it is something that I personally support. We just need to find the proper path forward, for that, so that we can keep everybody safe.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Following up with that, I like your suggestion of having stage and other performance areas. One of the suggestions that's come numbers of years ago is lohi, or a taro patch, for one of the sections where people and students could come and participate in. But my question follows the notion of the safety here.
Yeah.
I have a number of retired investigative people in my district, and they say, you guys are sitting ducks for anybody with nefarious intentions. Fortunately, people have not had, at least so far, nefarious. Given what you've said about the detectors, is there exactly a plan, though, to harden the building? I mean, regardless of what particular individual things that you're going to do, is there a master plan that you have that, hey, eventually we're going to do stage one? I know there was talk with the Sergeant of Arms, hey, we're going to have people only come in one entrance and no parking and all the other stuff. Is there a plan? That's the point. I like where your heart is, you want to do it, but is there a game plan to do it?
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Representative. Let me look into it and see if a plan exists.
Because we should have.
We should. I agree, and that is something that in working, DAGS is not law enforcement, right? DAGS, we build facilities and we mow lawns and we take care of schools and we do those kind of things. Security has sort of come to us through COVID almost, in essence, but it is important to us regardless, right? And so I'll go back and take a look and see if we have a plan in place. But what I do want to share with you is this concept that I've been working on to develop and push forward, and that is to develop a capital district working group that would address and develop sensible, actionable strategies for things like safety, security, homelessness that we have here on the campus in this district, dealing with things like parking as an example, because parking, believe it or not, has a very direct relationship to safety, right? Think about this Capitol building and think about the public parking that's underneath this Capitol building, right? Those are things that we need to be concerned about. But my goal is to create this working group that would involve people from, or representatives from the House, from the Senate, from the governor's office, from the different partners that we have in this area, including the city and county, various different public unions like HGA, UPW, stakeholders, and the list can grow from there. But the goal will be to create these sensible, actionable strategies that we can put into place that will help address those types of concerns. And again, if we can find an existing strategy or plan, I know that there has been an analysis done, but is that really a strategy, right? So we need to take, and I've looked at that analysis, so we need to take that and then push that into an actionable strategy. And that may be part of that working group that we create. It will be, well, actually it will be part of that working group. One thing I just wanted to mention also about the working group, if you don't mind, Chair, I apologize, but is that we also wanted to create this docent corps, where we have volunteers that are in this district, that are walking around in the district, engaging with our residents and our visitors to share the culturally rich and historic nature of this particular capital district. I'm not just talking about this campus, but we have incredible facilities around here that have, including the historic Iolani Palace that is right next door, that people need to understand, both residents and visitors need to understand the historic significance of those places. And so that does a couple of things by having those docents about, if we can get that and have that become a reality. We have people, we have visibility. The more action and activity that we have here in this district, the less problems we're likely to have.
It's one of the most innovative, creative plans I've heard for this building as well as this area, quite frankly. Can I move on to parking before I run out of time?
Please.
And you mentioned the palace, and you mentioned parking. Did you know this was the only palace in the United States that is having public parking meters on it, which to me is an anathema to the Hawaiian culture, kingdom, etc. Is there any way that you can get parking off of this place and all that cement? I've been to a few palaces around the world, and nobody does what we do here. This is a desecration, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you. In fact, even when prior to becoming comptroller, I received a parking pass from DAGS to be able to come over here to be at these particular hearings, right? And they said, oh, you can park at Iolani Palace. And I thought, gosh, personally, I didn't feel that it was right to park at Iolani Palace. I just felt that it was it's a sacred place. How can we have vehicles parked there? And interestingly enough, Representative, DLNR has reached out to us and asked, would we be able to or willing to forego the public parking at that historic and culturally important and significant place, for them to be able to pull up the asphalt, put down sort of, more appropriate type of material, not asphalt, but like maybe crushed rock or something like that is more indicative of what was there before, and to eliminate public parking in that facility. And I told DLNR that, yeah, I'm in support of that. We just need to find where can we put those spaces, right? Because once we do that, and we should do it.
How many are there?
I don't know.
25, 30?
40 something.
40?
About 40 something stalls. So, and I'll just throw this out there. I mean, we have to be creative about parking and then also alternative transportation, right? Is there any other way that we can get people here to the district other than having to drive their car, right? Can we maybe find busing? Can we find, some sort of shuttle service or something like that we can do?
You're not talking about the rail, obviously.
No,
I'm joking.
that's not in my wheelhouse.
That would be the real
Representative,
desecration of the capital.
But yeah. I mean, even things like, if you look out here and you walk along what once was Hotel Street, right? There may be opportunity to create small pocket parking lots there. I don't know, right?
You know what Frank Fossey did? He went underground, or at least he put ground on top of it, the municipal park. It was
And that
rather
may be the
creative,
opportunity,
with
right?
Things on top of it.
Yep.
Anyways, thank you for
Thank-
being creative and innovative.
Thank you,
Can we have all this done by the end of the session?
I was thinking by the end of the week, right?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Kobayashi.
I'm glad you're thinking about something having to do with no water for the reflecting ponds here. The money we have put into this building has been frankly embarrassing, and some people see it as favoritism to the legislature. I don't know, you know, millions, tens of millions that has been put in here. On a sort of related subject with R&M, we get, the legislature gets departments asking for R&M because obviously they need their facilities to be operational, in some cases here, public safety 24/7. And we have, over the years, made special effort to give money to a department, say, libraries, DOE. But it's kind of like piecemeal, and we don't have a bigger picture for the priorities for the entire state of Hawaii. It's sort of like who grabs our attention and how they make the spiel. Is there any way that DAGS can help with that massive problem?
Yeah, I'm gonna, I will ask Chris Kiniwaka to come up and talk a little bit about that. But what I do want to just share with you, Representative, before we get to the heart of your question about bringing people together, you know, is that at one point in time, at least that my understanding is that DOE facilities was taken care of by DAGS.
Oh, yeah.
And then it was kind of, you know, separated out, right? But to create sort of that master, one master plan, right, of facilities, I think that's what you're asking for, right? To coordinate all of these facilities.
Maybe not coordinate, because that's almost impossible, but, you know, at least to be able to distinguish maybe high, medium, and low. Because
Yeah.
when the departments come here, you know, they don't say this is super high priority and this is medium priority and that one is low priority. They sort of throw the entire bucket and say, hey, this is our deferred maintenance.
Right.
And it's a 9-digit number.
Yes.
And give us all the money. You can.
We do have a prioritization list at DAGS, you know, for our facilities, and it is actually.
But that's for your facility.
Correct, correct. And that could be something that we share with other departments to encourage them to do the same thing, to use the same categories that we use to prioritize those projects, right? We have, and we can share it with you, but, you know, we have this prioritization list that is ranked from 10 to like 1 or something like that, right? Where 10 being the worst, you know, the facility, you know, or whatever it is that we're trying to fix in the facility is no longer usable, right? 10 being the worst, or is, you know, at that point, we're just gonna have to, you know, shut it down. And then as you sort of go down that categorization list, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6 being sort of the cutoff, you know, between things working or not working, right? It gives you a good picture of how much money we need to, you know, resolve all of those issues down to the level where we no longer are worrying about the AC breaking down and the building being closed, right? Those kind of things. So we have that, and we've done that. We've gone through that process, and we would be more than happy to share that with our colleagues in other departments. Good news is that Kurt Otaguro is over at DOE now, and so he's very familiar with what I'm describing. And so, you know, we want to continue that relationship with him and with DOE. You know, I've had a chance to sit down with or sit across the table from Keith Hayashi, superintendent. We've had some really good discussions. We want to build on our relationship between DAGS and DOE, and I see this as possibly an opportunity to open that door and share, you know, and encourage them to develop such a list. If they don't, they probably have it. Maybe they haven't shared it, you know, in the way that you're looking for, but we definitely have it, and we definitely are willing to share it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank
Would you like me to bring Chris up, or? Chris, did you want to? Chris, you walked all the way over here, so I figured, you know, maybe it's a good opportunity.
Aloha, Representative Kobayashi, Chris Kiniwaka from the Public Works Division. I'm sorry, Keith, we're going to say there is no easy, simple solution because all of the departments do have their own assessment capability. At one time, we did take care of the Department of Education facilities. They did work on our system, but we know that they already have their own facility management software and their program, which is very intensive. The same is also true for the Department of Transportation and Judiciary. So I would assume most of the major departments have their own assessment facility or assessment programs. It's much like the famous system and any system where you try to conglomerate all of the assets into one database. It's one thing to get a set metric. We could meet with them. We do have very close relationships with the different departments. We could try to agree on a type of assessment schedule and prioritization. However, then it becomes a matter of function and operability. How will you, the legislature, say that education is more important than public safety and correctional facilities? How do you put that above the University of Hawaii and early education, for example? So I think that is the difficulty in determining who gets the money. So just getting the facilities prioritized, most of them already have that. Getting that on one metric, we can work together to put that together. But it's kind of beyond just DAGs in and of ourselves to say that we're gonna prioritize all the projects in one big lump sum, yeah? So I think that's the challenge. We already do have our central services folks who help a lot of our clients, like the libraries and Department of Health. They go out not only to our facilities, but to their facilities as well to do annual inspections. We help them prioritize their buildings as they put their budget together for you, for your consideration. But again, we're not jockeying the departments against each other, but we are open to that consideration and ways to help in that. Right now, it's not an easy solution. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Representative Morikawa,
Thank
followed by
you.
Cochran, followed by
My question
Garrett.
kind of goes along that line, because on Kauai, I'm gonna talk Kauai specific, because DAGS handles the school facilities there. But school facilities are also shared with county facilities. And many, now we're finding the boundary lines, state may be thinking it was on their land, and now they're finding out it's on county land. And we want to work together because the bottom line is it makes the school better.
Right.
Right, it's about the children. So it's more of a comment, and I hope you continue doing this because on Kauai, it works really well with your leadership there. And I hope that never stops because they help me a lot in figuring out what it is that will make this property much better for the use of the school, no matter whose property it is. So I just want to commend Kauai for doing what they do to help us, and then, you know, we help collaborate with the county to figure out how we can get this project done. So that's just more of a comment, and
Thank-
just hope that it continues. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Representative. And, you know, I think, you know, having come up from the county, you know, we recognize that, you know, these silos, right, that exist can be and should be broken down so that we can work together. And I know that, you know, Eric's done a great job. I know Jeff is doing a really great job as well. And so is Joy, but you know, we can always do better. And, you know, work closer with our county counterparts to ensure that at the end of the day, it's the public and it's our children that are being taken care of first. So I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that comment. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Cochran, followed by Garrett, followed by
Thank you,
Ward.
Chair, and thank you, Mr. Regan. So I noticed there's the surplus property management division of sorts. Is there a way to get like a map specific to where the surplus lands on state's behalf is in particular House District 14? And so that's just the, you know, for later and
Okay.
future dialogue about that. And then land surveying, I guess you have a separate department that takes care of land surveying. And having had state DOT come to West Maui about the roadway realignment, wondering how your land survey division has been interfacing with that particular project, if at all. So that's a follow-up. I mean, I know you probably don't have the answer right here, but if there's a way to contact and give me the direct line to that person, I forget the name, I'm sorry, to that division.
Yeah. Yeah, we will go ahead and get that information for you. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
and
you.
then Chair, lastly, real briefly, just to follow up on Rep. Ward's discussion and yours too, you're very familiar with you mentioned the historical district, and in particular, Moku'ula Mokuhinia.
Yep.
As you know, that whole can of worms, we worked through it together, was executive ordered land from this state to the county, Maui County, and you see the desecration that's occurring till today. So would state be in the mood to take it back? That parking lot, there's funding that comes with it. I think at this time, there's several $1 million sitting in a protected fund that the council I sat on had created to be able to make sure the funding doesn't go anywhere but to restoration of the formal capital of the Royal Kingdom, sitting right there. So that was just the thought, and something has to happen, is what I'm getting at. And you know the hardship we had via the county.
Yep.
So I think I walked away from that whole situation and can of worms, at least protecting the funding mechanism. So to me, we just need to put it somewhere where someone's gonna make a move, but do the right thing. Because it is extremely, for me, one of the sacred places, not just in Maui County or the state, but I think the world. Because we, as you can see, our Hawaiian history is extremely unique.
Yep.
So,
No, thank you.
putting it out there.
Thanks, Representative. As you know, and as you mentioned, that particular project, Moku'ula, was one that was within the Department of Management while I was there at the county, and Wendy Taomoto took the lead on that and did everything she possibly could to move that project forward. And I think it would be incumbent upon us if the state did, in fact, as you mentioned, EO or EA, transfer that over to the county, is to find out what the county's doing with the property, and request that they provide us an update, so that we can ensure that something is going to be done, right? If they're not going to do it, to your point, maybe we need to start looking at bringing it back. But with that said, we're going to also need the resources to be able to do it, right? Because Jeff and his team probably don't have enough available resources to be able to add that, to their sort of list of inventory. And because it's such a historically and culturally important and sacred site, as you mentioned, we want to make sure that if we're going to take it back, we're going to do it right. And that's just going to require a commitment from us, as well as from the ledge and the governor and just everybody involved, to do it right.
Well, I appreciate this opportunity to share that with you in this committee. And again, thanks for bringing your entire department here to
Yeah,
us.
mahalo,
Okay.
Representative.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Comptroller, just want to say, it doesn't sound like you've only been on the job for 40 days, considering the depth of your responses. So I appreciate the level of preparation you put into this briefing today.
Thank you, Representative.
I have a question regarding Aloha Stadium. Sorry, Chair, non-budgetary. I'm fully aware that it's since been, it's now administratively attached with DBED. Is DAGS the one that's still going to issue the RFP if and when the time comes?
Yeah, as far as it stands right now, yes. DAGS is still there in support, of what DBED and the governor, is going to ultimately decide. But yes, we're going to be involved in that.
Okay, since you confirmed that, could I ask Ms. Kinimaka to give us an update on where that stands?
Sure. That may change based on,
Aloha, Representative Garrett, that's a great lead-in.
Yeah, can you bring the mic down?
Oh, yeah, for short people. So for the Aloha Stadium, we are going ahead with our plan as endorsed by Governor Green. We are moving forward to finish up all the technical information and the proofing that we need with our new team for both the stadium and the real estate RFP. It's a request for proposal. And we were looking forward to getting that out ASAP this year. That is still our mission at this point. But we're working together. As we heard Governor Green say 2 days ago, he does not have an administrative system made of silos. We're working very closely together with all of the key stakeholder departments, and it's refreshing and exciting for us to be moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, and then do you have a rough timeline as to when it might be ready?
We had the governor's goal, which was this month, and we're still marching to that tune to the best of our ability. It's a lot of information, though, for the stakeholders to absorb. And so we are pressing on as quickly as we can, as I can promise, just early this year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
Representative Ward.
May I follow that up? Do you have some design parameters or design requirements? Is it going to be housing? Is it going to be commercial? Is it going to be all the above?
So we're talking about two separate RFPs, requests for proposals. We have the stadium RFP, as everyone is pretty much familiar with. For the real estate RFP, it is mixed use. So over the whole 70 acres, the answer is yes. So residential units, commercial, retail, and, you know, a lot of functional green space, community meeting space, and support. So it is the whole
Swap meets
gamut.
also?
Swap meet, absolutely. That is
Okay.
something that is dictated. So we are supporting the swap meet now through construction and through completion.
Thank you for that. I have a follow-up question to the comptroller.
Fantastic.
Yesterday, standing in that pulpit, if I can call it that, the University of Hawaii said they have $800 million in deferred maintenance. Do you have a macro figure for the state of Hawaii or stovepipe micro versions of what we are in terms of deferred maintenance? It doesn't sound like that's one of our best skill sets.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Thank you, Representative. You know, our total deferred maintenance, I remember I mentioned to you about that category, right? 10 to 1 or whatever it is about $240 to $248 million in deferred maintenance. But if you're thinking about sort of what I described as 10 to 6 number, I think that was something more like 150 million, about $150 million in that 10 to 6 category. So really bad to like almost not working, right? You know, category that I described. And I have a better description of, you know,
That's
that
all
we'll share.
departments, only?
That's the facilities that DAGS is responsible
Oh,
for.
okay.
Yeah.
You don't have anything outside of DAG's
No, I
jurisdiction?
apologize, I don't, no.
Okay. 240, oh.
Yeah.
In comparison to 800 million with UH, that sounds, but we shouldn't be kicking the can down the road so much, particularly when there's a surplus, et cetera. It's not good for safety or a good impression. Sometimes it's embarrassing to go to the University of Hawaii and see some of their bathrooms and other neglected facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank
for
you,
that.
Representative.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I have a couple. So, this question is under the enterprise financial system. So, are we to expect any additional, besides, you know, just to keep it moving with the vendor, any more upgrades that we need to be aware of, or appropriations that may come up because it's?
Yeah, we don't have anything that's in front of you for any
Okay.
kind of request.
Okay, so everything's running smoothly with BNF and what they need and how that's going to interface with us, and it should move along quite quickly?
I'll defer to the CIO to give you more of an update on that.
Thank you.
It's very complicated. It's more complicated than I would have thought. It's harder than payroll or time and leave or HR and those other things. So the interplay between BNF and DAGS and all the departments has a lot of moving pieces. So the vendor's got to figure all that out and map it out and then figure out how to do it in the SAP system. So it is very challenging. And one thing they're particularly interested in is bond tracking. And no bond tracking system has ever been built quite the way, you know, that they would like to build it. So we're going to work through it, and we'll bring in whatever expertise we need to get there. The other thing that's very challenging is that the people who know the answers to the questions are super busy, especially right now as they prepare the budget for the legislature. And essentially, you know, between October and probably July, they have very little free time, you know, to work with the vendor. So we're having to negotiate that as well. And those things will push back the schedule where, you know, they can't get to the right person at BNF or the right person at DAGS because we're closing the books for the year, or we're answering, you know, we're preparing budgetary estimates and things like that. So it's one of the most challenging projects I've worked on. There's a lot of moving parts and schedule, you know,
I understand.
problems.
No,
Yeah.
that's why I asked the question. So, I think, you know, this piece is one of the most important things for this committee. We, for lack of a better way to put it, we'd like to be more involved and to understand what's going on, especially at the staff level, to work with you and BNF and everybody to understand what's going on.
Yes,
So-
Chair, that sounds great. We're
Okay,
happy
I
to keep you
appreciate that.
informed.
Okay, thank you. Dirk, the other thing is, with all the PV systems going on and the PV systems that we have put in the past, a lot of those agreements were, the old ones were not necessarily in the best interest of the state. So going forward, is there a new strategy? I'll tell you what I'm thinking. So the old PPAs, the third-party person would take advantage of the tax credits, right? And it kind of makes sense to do that for from the federal perspective, that we should figure out a way to monetize the federal credit. But from the state perspective, it is a credit. A credit is cash, right? So basically, my problem with it has always been that we are paying cash for power tomorrow, right? So the better mechanism is to bond fund it, because then you amortize it over when you actually use the power and over time. So these projects going forward, is that how it's being financed?
We don't have, I don't have any new projects that I'm working on right this very second in my office. That's not to say that there aren't, potentially others with the State Energy Office, hopefully taking some of the lead on that. But I would be open to exploring other opportunities and options.
I'm more concerned about how we're financing and how we're
Yeah,
paying for
no,
it.
I agree. And we should have those conversations,
Okay.
definitely.
All right, thank you. And then my last question, to follow up on some of the things that the members brought up, is, you said that the pool around the Capitol is going to be put off until the end of sessions. So over the years, one of the things that I've found is that, and members, this is kind of good for you to hear also, is that many times when school projects are being done, and I would assume this is DEG's projects also, is the contractors know which schools are more difficult to have projects move forward, meaning rightfully so, they don't want to disturb the students while they're in class and things like that. But putting off a project or limiting when they can do the project adds to cost. And so they pad the bid because they know that this school is difficult to get a project moving, or this area is difficult. And so the project becomes very, very expensive. And, if we are putting off our pool project because we don't want to be disturbed, we need to think about that also. Are we adding to cost? And things like that. So is this something you consider? Do you put a, do you track this and, give this committee, when those things happen, this is how much it's adding?
We can. I'm not sure how to sort of carve that out, of what's being offered. But what I can tell you is that if there are projects here on the Capitol campus that we feel, may potentially impact the ability for the legislature to conduct their business during session, we should sit down and talk with, you and leadership on both sides.
Yeah, I think it's just something we need to be cognizant of, because we have limited resources, right?
Yeah.
Everybody is competing for the same pot of money, general obligation bonds. And we have to be a little more prudent on how we use that resource, and understand eyes wide open when we make those decisions, to tell them, don't do it now, that there is a cost. And I think if DAGs and other large departments would inform the policymakers of these costs, it would be helpful for us to make decisions going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the, you know what, I'll save that one for later. But anyway, any further questions from the members? Okay, thank you very much. We look forward to working with all of you going forward, and we have a large department, so good luck.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, members. Mahalo.
Okay, we're going to recess. Thank you. Okay, and the House Committee on Finance will reconvene its informational briefings. Next up is corrections.
Good morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Tommy Johnson, the Director of the Department of Public Safety. Unlike the previous testifier, I will be brief. I don't have near the entourage that they brought. I'll just highlight some issues in my testimony. You do have our 8-page testimony and the 19 accompanying tables. So first of all, I wanted to introduce our leadership team. The Deputy Director for Administration is Teresita Fernandez. She's here. The Deputy Director for Corrections, Mr. Michael Hoffman, is here. And the Deputy Director for Law Enforcement, Bill Oku, could not be here. He's in the planning sessions for the Princess's funeral. HPA is here, the Hawaii Polling Authority, represented by Acting Administrator Corey Renke. CVCC Director just walked in the door, Pam Ferguson-Bray. If you have questions about their respective testimonies, they'll come up and answer those. First of all, the mission of the Department of Public Safety is, the current mission of the Department of Public Safety is to uphold justice, public safety by providing correctional and law enforcement services to Hawaii's communities with professionalism, integrity, and fairness. As you know, the mission of the Department of Public Safety will soon shift on 1 January 2024 when we'll be redesignated from the Department of Public Safety to the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. All law enforcement entities will spin off to become the Department of Law Enforcement. And at that time, we project that we will be shifting from what some people might see as a more punitive correctional model to one of a more program and reentry model, which is where we should be in, to affect more positive change. Just a couple of things on our budget, in the 8-page budget. Our current challenges are listed on page 2 through 4 of our testimony. Federal fund issues are covered on page 5 of our testimony. And our current budget requests are really for a steady state. What we did not get in Governor Ige's steady state budget, we have submitted our prioritized list to the new administration, the Green administration. For CIP, we're requesting a total of $33 million for the first year of the biennium and $20.5 million for the second. That would be broken down into $25 million for the RFP, for the OCCC, $15 million next year and $10 million the following year. For planning and design, $22.5 million for a lump sum CIP statewide, and $6 million for facility deferred maintenance. As you may recall, last year the Department of Public Safety requested $15 million to continue with the planning and design for OCCC, and our CIP budget. We did not get that, and our CIP budget was slashed by 90%. We got 10% of what we requested. But given our aging facilities, OCCC, for example, parts of it is 112 years old or more. The maintenance upkeep is tens of millions of dollars each year. With that said, I'll open it up for questions for the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any questions? Okay, Representative Cochran.
Man,
Thank
I
you.
thought we were done.
Oh, hi, aloha. Thank you, and I apologize for being tardy. But I did have questions in reference, and I'm seeing that, of course, you folks are well aware of the shortfall of ACOs. Talking about MCCC, I'm from Maui County. And, at this time, it causes a lot of hardships and cancellations for programs for the inmates and families alike. So just wanting to know, where is that in reference to MCCC, and trying to, bridge that shortfall?
Well, you do have, one of the tables has our vacancy information, but I can give you the overall department strategy. Back in 2019, there was only 2 recruit classes held. In 2020, there were 1. When we came on board, we increased that to 3 in 2021, and we hold 3 in 2022, and we're gonna try to hold 3 to 4 in 2024. One of the issues we have is we're going through a silver tsunami right now. We have a lot of retirements within the Department of Public Safety. To give you an example, we just replaced 4 of the wardens because those wardens retired. MCCC, one of them. We are now gonna be recruiting to fill 2 additional warden positions that also retired at Kulani on the Big Island and OCCC here. So we're increasing the number of classes. We're going to try to increase the number of class sizes. We don't have to do the social distancing anymore. So we're hoping to get ahead of the civil tsunami sometime a little bit later this year. But to be perfectly frank, it will be challenging. To give you an example, about a third of our corrections officers' positions are vacant. But when I talked to the director of D. Hurd Brenna, about a third of her positions are vacant. As you saw, DAGS had a lot of vacancies. And to be perfectly frank, corrections is not sexy. It's not, unless you really want to be involved in criminal justice, it's really not for everyone. So one of the things we're thinking about doing is taking the recruits into the facilities earlier so they can see if it's going to be for them or not before we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to get them trained up. And part of that would be like an OJT program in the facilities. So we're doing a lot of things to try to address, but the bottom line is sometimes we don't get a lot of applicants, and our application process is very thorough. We do lose a lot of people in the criminal background check and in the psychological checks we do.
Thank you. And a follow-up, Chair, if you don't mind. And as for updating computers, software, just the IT portion, it's been really difficult for tracking and monitoring within the facilities of people, and to keep, on the level of what the proper policies and procedures are that they need to abide by. And it boils down to the needing of upgrading of their computer and systems and what have you. So is there plans for that?
Yes, we're in the process of looking at upgrading the entire offender track and the internal computer systems for public safety statewide. We really need to do it. The money's in our budget requesting for that. The current system we use was done by Motorola. They have informed us they will stop providing support in 2025. So it's really critical that we get on that and begin to replace the computer system, first with the offender track and then the internal computer systems in the facilities, and upgrade our computer networks.
Thank you. And sorry, lastly, Chair, if you don't mind, is there any talk about getting a drug canine dog?
Yes, there is. We got
Okay.
approached by an agency that would provide the dog to us fully trained. And so our law enforcement entities are working with them now. And we do have K9 units already in the Sheriff's Division, but when they spin off, then corrections really needs to have a drug sniffing dog. If we needed one for electronics, we would then use DLE's, Department of Law Enforcement's dog to do that.
Okay, sorry, and a follow-up on that, Chair. So there's opportunity, there is one available at MCCC in particular, I believe.
No, it's just for the
So,
state,
but
so
if
we could fly the
You
dog
could
there if we needed to.
travel it around?
Yes.
Okay, got it,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for that time.
Thank you. Members, Representative Garrett, followed by Moricall.
Hey, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Director.
Morning.
Congratulations on your appointment. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
willingness to serve.
Thank you.
You list here in your testimony that the replacement of OCCC is your top priority.
Yes.
Can you give us just an update on the timeline for that project? I note here, you are in the process of moving to the RFQ stage through DAGS.
Right. So we're asking for $15 million for the next coming fiscal year, and then $10 million the following year for a total of 25. During that time, we also intend to develop financing mechanism options for the state to consider, because we do not see the state tying up $600 million in bonds for this facility. But we also want to make sure that the state's not on the hook for an exorbitant amount of money through a lease to purchase option. So I would say if we do get the money for next fiscal year, the 15 million and 10 million after that, then the facility, providing we get some funding mechanism in place, the facility could be built by 2027, 28. Is that too aggressive? My CIP staff? Is that too aggressive? DAG said they don't think so.
Okay, so you are estimating that it will cost 600 million in today's dollars?
To be honest, we don't know what the cost would be yet, because it would depend on the size and the type of facility. I can tell you that the type of facility we want to build is one more akin to reentry efforts. And I would ask all of you, if you have an opportunity, to visit the facilities here so you can see, but also visit the facility in Arizona or any other mainland jurisdiction facility, where you can see that the the halls are wider, it's better lit, and the staff is not as intensive. To give you an example, we have 435, I believe, ACO positions at OCCC, whereas, and they can hold up to 1,100. And I'm not advocating for a build-up model, but whereas the Federal Detention Center has a little over 200 staff and they can hold 1,100. So if we built a place like a new OCCC, but we made it modern design, we could substantially cut down on the staffing costs, which is the highest cost, and take those positions and move them to fill vacancies in other facilities, which would cut down on the tens of millions of dollars we spend in overtime. If you look at our overtime budget for the last 5 years, it's gone up to approximately $22 million a year.
Okay, thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Morcall.
Thank you. My question is related to substance abuse, people that are in our jails. What is your treatment program like? Do you have something in there?
Yes, we have a 2.0, 2.5, and 3.0. So we have intensive outpatient and we have therapeutic, which is our cash box program at Wyalva and the RDEP program on the mainland.
So is this treatment like they call it drug treatment, like the opioid type
Yes,
recovery medication?
well, that's a different initiative. We're working on with our healthcare division now for a substance, I forget the title, substance misuse disorders. There's a particular initiative program we have our healthcare administrator working on now with Department of Health. We have traditional healthcare treatment, which does not involve medication, and that is the 2.0, 2.5, and the 3.0. That's the traditional model, but we're looking at other models to be more effective, because what we're finding is people that go through cash box, they get out on parole, sometimes in 120 to 150 days, they're using again.
Yes.
So is it the curriculum's not effective? Is it that the gaming their way through? Or is it the way we're presenting the curriculum? So we're looking at all options to kind of reduce recidivism, because the vast majority of the folks that come to prison have some type of substance abuse issue, and the vast majority that are returned on parole violations are returned for substance abuse, failure to go through or complete treatment in the community.
Right. The Kauai Correctional Center, did they have a grant to provide services in there to substance abuse?
I would have to double check. I'm not sure if they have a
Okay,
grant.
I'm hearing that there was a doctor on Kauai that I guess goes into this KCCC, and he does help those that are addicted. So, I'm just following up in an email, which he's saying this works, and if we could extend it to the rest of the systems around the state, it might be a good thing. And then the question was, can opioid settlement money be used for it? So it's just something that maybe you can look into.
If you could forward that to me, I would be glad to take a look at
sure.
it and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll send it to the chair.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Kobayashi.
I'm looking at your table 13 about overtime summary. I assume that the FY24 budgeted items are sort of like placeholders. I mean, you have FY22 actuals of 22 million overtime in general funds. I'm not sorry. Yeah, 22 million, and then 19 million in FY23 and 4.5 budgeted for FY24. So I assume that you're somehow going to end up in the ballpark of $19 million in FY24?
Possibly a little bit more, depending on our staffing. But we take the money from the vacancies to augment for the overtime. But the problem with that is it comes up short because you're paying someone time and a half to do 8 hours, but you're only budgeted for the 8-hour shift.
Is there a model that you can use from another state or another jurisdiction?
Well,
I'm sure they have similar ACO shortages?
Well, we did have the Correctional Leadership Association do a survey for us with other correctional jurisdictions to figure out their vacancy rate over the last few years. We're getting hit a little bit harder than most because of the retirements, but the vacancy rates of other jurisdictions are about where we are, unfortunately. Now, some of them have gone to 10 and 12-hour shifts as a result, and so I am not opposed to a pilot project for a 10 or 12-hour shift. We'd have to look and do a feasibility study first before we did that. One of our concerns is that we pay now about $6 million a year in workers' comp costs. So when an officer is out, the salary for that officer is going to pay the overtime for the person who's filling that slot. The money for the workers' comp is coming out of operating funds, B funds, which takes away from the maintenance of the facilities. So I did talk to the director, Brenna DeHerd, and they'll be hiring a vocational rehab specialist because we do have a return to work program for light duty. And if we can put the person in a chair somewhere where they can perform some light duty, depending on their limited limitations for a certain amount of time, that would help us cut down on the overtime as well. The other thing we need to do is look at, and I'm willing to work with UPW, we have the highest percentage of corrections officers on approved family leave. And once that's approved by the doctor, then if we say, okay, we need you to stay for an overtime shift, they can say, well, I'm sorry, you know, I have FMLA, I need to go take care of my mother, father, whatever, and that's fine, but that also adds to our costs as well. So we're kind of in a catch-22 as an employee, as an employer, and I can tell you this, sometimes the media does stories on, well, why is a corrections officer making more than $100,000? Because that's the guy that's coming to work. That's the guy that's getting stuck for 16 and 24. To me, that's the hero, because he's coming to work knowing that tomorrow's his wife's birthday or his child's birthday, but he's still showing up. The question should be, why isn't that other guy coming to work like he should be coming?
Yeah.
Because the state of Hawaii provides the best benefit package in the nation to its employees with respect to sick leave and vacation leave and step movements. I hope that answers your question.
Is it possible, I mean, we have discussed possibilities of having separate collective bargaining units for all kinds of special departments and agencies. If you got, I don't know how many, say there's a special arrangement and you get a majority of the members on the collective bargaining team from your department, would that help?
I don't necessarily know that would help. We have different bargaining units now. We have, you know, bargaining unit 3, 4, 9, 10, 13, both 13 scientific, 13 medical, 65, 35, which are the exempt with the EM employees. So I don't know if that would help. I think what would help is the UPW to sit down with the employer and let's work on the issue of why aren't the staff showing up. The problem with staff not showing up is we can't update the shift relief factor that was mentioned in the the recent audit report unless the staff are showing up, because we can see how many folks we really need for that particular post, because we have posts that are only 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, but we have some posts that are 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 a year.
Mhm.
So with seniority, corrections officers can pick their post, their shift, and their days off. And if they still don't show up, then we have to pay overtime. Now, we have some really, really good staff. I mean, they come to work, they're dedicated. But we have some that abuse the systems that are in place, unfortunately. And those are the ones I'd like to sit down with UPW to discuss, okay, what can we do to raise the professionalism of the ACO Corps, if you will? And if that means, like other jurisdictions, when they experience the vacancy rates we have, they would offer hiring incentives to ACOs. Meaning you go through training, you finish training. Once you finish training, you get half of a hiring bonus. Once you finished a year on the job, after your probationary period, you get the other half of that bonus. So, but that would be something that's negotiable with the state, and it would have to be handled by the legislature. With DHERD, it has to be a plan. The unions would have to agree, and then the legislature would have to fund it. I don't necessarily know that would help our problem immediately, but we do need to get more people through training and to stay. Recently, we've had people who went through the training, we spent tens of thousands of dollars on them. They get to the facilities and they find out this is not for me. And this is why I said earlier, we're going to get them into the facilities earlier.
Right. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Representative Cochran, followed by Ward.
Thank you. And so I think the canine question I had earlier, to get in there, to be preventative, I guess, for drugs that get in and out, and that thereby keeping the drug addicted person in there off, so they get clean, you know, they're not continuously their drug habits, and they get out, and then that cycle repeats and they get back in. Also, just wondering what the role is with yourselves with follow-up to inmates. I had a tenant who, yeah, he had been institutionalized, but came out and wasn't out only a few months and committed suicide. You know, he had his whole life ahead of him. So where's the follow-up? I mean, if it was a mental health issue, I mean, it boggles all of our minds that it had occurred anyways, but the fact of the matter is that, you know, the reintegration back into the real world per se is lacking. And so just wondering how you folks are interfacing at all with outside programs.
Well, in 2017, the legislature was kind enough to fund a reentry coordination office. But at that time, the coordination office put together hodgepodge, meaning they put reentry staff there, they put the SAVIN, which is a statewide automated victim information notification system, and the RAVS project, and inmate classification in this office. So when I came on board in 2020, we started moving all those other entities out. The RAVS project, SAVIN, and the inmate classification office will be moving out as well, so that the reentry coordination office can concentrate on reentry. In our budget, you'll see we're requesting 2 permanent positions to round out the reentry office, because I envision that our reentry services will be reach-in services. And what I mean by that is not just trying to connect them to services as they're coming up for parole, but during the assessment phase, we figure out not just their risk and needs for criminogenic factors and treatment, but what are their social needs for when they come back out. And so what I envision doing is having the reentry office work with the offenders and look at the community-based linkages and work with them closely. Like on the Big Island, we have the Going Home Project. On Maui, we have MEO. Kauai, unfortunately, is lacking a lot of services because of the size. Majority of the services are here on Oahu. So I envision our reentry office working more closely with offenders and figuring out and backing up from the date, the tentative parole release date or max out date. Okay, what's the timeline to get the person a birth certificate? What's the timeline for the ID card? What's the timeline to TANF benefits? What's the timeline for Medicaid or Medicare? What's the timeline to get that person plugged back into federal benefits if they were in the military before? And then have that ready for when the person walks out the door, all those applications and approvals are already in. So that's what we're trying to do. I think we need to do a better job of identifying, because we do have a lot of what I call frequent flyers. Inmates that come in who have mental health issues through the jail process and who end up staying with us for 30 days and go back out. Right now, our pretrial population is mainly a lot of folks that have mental health issues. And so if you think of the criminal justice system as an iceberg, at the top you have the Hawaii Paroling Authority with about 1,200 convicted felons. They don't deal with misdemeanors on supervised release. From HPA down to the waterline is public safety, about 4,200 folks in custody, about 2,200 convicted felons. The other 2,000 are pretrial, sentenced misdemeanors, sentenced felony probationers, parole violators in custody. At the waterline and under is the judiciary with 25,000 people on probation, 13,000 of which are sentenced felony probationers, meaning they are sentenced felons who are in the community. If only 13,000 of them were resentenced to prison, 10%, it would overwhelm our prison system. So if we're going to look at the system and address it, we have to look at the feeder. If the judiciary is feeding the system, then there has to be diversion programs at the judiciary level to stop people from coming to jails. And right now, we have a number of people in our jails who have mental health issues who should not be there. Putting a person with mental health issues in a jail is the least effective, most costly option out there. And so we need Department of Health and DHS and the judiciary to step up and figure out and work with us to find community-based services for these people. We pay about $250-something a day, depending on the facility, for a person to be incarcerated. Parole's budget is about $9 a day that's complete with services. So why can't that same model be applied to the judiciary that's feeding the system?
And thank you. I appreciate your last comments there, because that was leading me into my next question, was interfacing with the judiciary and, you know, the drug nonviolent offenders, put them where they need to go to get rehabbed and get into recovery versus, you know, growing our population in our jails and prisons. And then the mental health aspect also.
Right.
So thank you
You're
for
welcome.
addressing that and speaking towards it.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Mr. Johnson. For
Thank you.
Your return to your favorite place.
Okay.
Thank you for those metrics, because my questions are basically the metrics behind some of the numbers in your budget. But particularly for those that are on the mainland, what are the numbers of prisoners on the mainland? What percentage of your prisoners are they?
We
From what
have
you just
close
said.
to 1,000 convicted felons on the mainland,
1,000.
close to 1,000. And their vast majority of those are Class B, which is 10 years or more, Class A, 20 years or more, life with the possibility of parole, and about 36 to 40 life without the possibility of parole.
So more, quote, hardcore,
More justice involved, criminal justice involved.
or
yes.
as it is. And that would be a percentage of maybe 20% of your prisoners are on the mainland then? I
No,
looked at your numbers, you
that's
got
more
about-
like about, if you're talking about convicted felons, that's close to 40%.
Oh, 40%, okay.
It's
And what-
about 25% of the overall population, a little less than 25% of the overall pretrial and convicted population.
And the numbers add up to about 5,460, given the numbers you talked about with your iceberg.
No,
more
we have
than
about, we have about 4,200 people in custody. That's everything, soup to nuts. Pretrial, sentence misdemeanors, sentence felon, probation violators,
Okay.
parole violators.
And what percent of your budget is mainland incarcerated of the
The
number?
contract, you mean?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I can get that back to you.
Do you have a number of how much it is? How much per day is it? Let's start with that, micro. You said 250 for local, right?
It's
250.
about 250 and change here on the mainland. About $89 a
Sorry?
day. About $89 a day.
$89 per day. Okay. Now for the real important, well, in my estimation, the important question. There's been, I don't know if it's founded or rumors or recidivism rates for those that are on the mainland are higher than the recidivism rates of those who are locally imprisoned. Is that correct? And is there a study that's recent and reliable that
Well,
says that?
if you look at the 2019 recidivism study done by the Interagency, the Intermediate Council on Intermediate Sanctions, the Interagency Council on Intermediate Sanctions by the Department of the Attorney General, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 3 percentage points higher than inmates released here. But that's not statistically,
Not
yeah, it's not
statistically
really a big
significant.
number. No, it's not, really not significant, to be honest with you.
Okay, but overall, what recidivism rates do you guys use? We had somebody say the other day it was 48%. I think it's higher than that.
No, it's over 50%. I'm not sure the number, but
Over
it's over
50%.
50%. But I want to explain the way the recidivism numbers determined. I think Hawaii uses what I consider a recidivism model that's a little bit too liberal. In that, for probation and parole, the recidivism rates are any new arrest, regardless of the outcome of the arrest, even if the person is found guilty or let go. That's considered recidivism. For the Department of Public Safety, it's anybody who maxed out of prison or parole who's no longer under our jurisdiction. They come back in, all of a sudden, we're getting tagged with recidivism, but really, when they weren't under our jurisdiction. Really, the recidivism rate for public safety, it should be the folks that are in custody, under our jurisdiction on work furlough or extended work furlough that commit new crimes.
Compare those two numbers then. The
Well, I
one you
think-
have versus the one that the other
Well, I
guys
think
do.
if you want a more realistic model would be you look at those that are in our custody on a work furlough and extended furlough. If they commit new crimes and convicted, you will see the recidivism rate is very low. but we're getting hit with people who are no longer in our jurisdiction, we have no control over, who end up coming back into the system. For some reason, the model that the state chose, that becomes recidivism against the Department of Public Safety.
Okay, how low is the one that you said very low? How low does
The
it
one
go?
very low would be probably 15% for those who would be in our custody on furlough or extended furlough, who go out and commit new crimes or have technical violations and come back. So that's an issue we have to work with the judiciary and the Hawaii Patrolling Authority on, because they all agreed to that model, if you will, back in 2003 when we started the LSIR and we started the ISIS here in the state.
But the fact that even though they're not under your jurisdiction, they recommit
Right.
something.
We get hit with recidivism.
But in terms, this is for you, Mr. Johnson, you've been in this business a long time. My frustration is that if I went to the doctor and 50% of the time I don't get healed, or some have say it's even 60%, you say, what are these guys, quacks? If we have a prison system that people, quote, in a correctional facility don't get corrected, what are we doing wrong? What have you learned that we should be doing that we're not doing? There's got to be a better way than what we're doing, because
Well,
it's not working
okay.
in effect of the recidivism.
Well, I think part of the problem is we have old antiquated facilities, to be honest with you. They're not conducive
To
to.
the earlier question.
Right. The other thing is, we need to take a look at our curriculum. I asked our corrections program division chief, who handles all of the programs, to take a look at our curriculum. And apparently the curriculum we're using for like our cash box program is 20 years old. Well, times change, so we need to update the curriculum, because I think we need to make sure we're using evidence-based programs and assessment tools to make sure we're assessing the offenders correctly. Right now, we're using the standard LSIR and associated trailer instruments. But what I asked them to do is see if there's a more updated model, a more accurate assessment tool, particularly for women, because their pathways to the criminal justice system are different than men. The second thing I asked her to do was take a look at our curriculum, and that's when she told me, well, Cashbox is 20 years old. Well, we need to have curriculum that's newer than 2 decades, because the population changes. Trends change. People's pathways to the criminal justice system change. So I think not only do we have old antiquated facilities that are not conducive to recovery and treatment, I think we need to take a look at our assessment instruments and our programs and how we provide them and the environment in which we're providing them. I think we're failing in that regard. And I think to some degree, the criminal justice system as a whole is failing, and I'll give you an example. Oftentimes, people are resentenced from probation to prison. It's not uncommon for us to get someone who's been on probation for 9 years for a 5-year offense. Because instead of sentencing the person to prison or discharging them, the judiciary keeps resentencing them to probation, resentence to probation, resentence to probation. So by the time they come to prison, they have 2.5 to 3 years of pre-sentence credits through these intermittent periods of incarceration. So when they go before the parole board, they might have 2 years left on a 5-year stint. And so there's little programming you can do in that time, and HPA is forced to give them a level 3 punishment. And now the person maxes out in 2 years, didn't complete the services while they were on probation for 9 years, but racked up these intermittent periods of incarceration where they've now been incarcerated for 3 years out of the 9. To me, that model makes no sense.
In regards to the curriculum, so you're going to ask the director if that can be changed?
No, we will change the curriculum. I am the director.
That's what I meant. So the point is, it's up to you, right? So
Yes.
you're going to change it?
Oh, we
Because
will.
that's a problem
That
you've
is for sure.
identified.
We
Go for it.
will look at the curriculum, we will change the curriculum, we'll see what's evidence-based out there and update what we have.
We got to be able to do a better job.
I don't disagree with you, Representative.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, further questions? Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Chair. A real brief one, but I think super important in reference to our out-of-state people and their connectivity to their families via teleconferencing, what have you. I understand in Maui County, there's one church on a Sunday or whatever, Saturday, few hours, the entire Maui County, if you want to, like, you don't have access to whatever rural places, that's the only place they can go to get hooked up and to connect with their family members out of state. So is there something to, increase that opportunity, for somebody in West Maui not having to go, this is in Central Maui, great, But, you know, it's like, what about Lanai, Molokai, Hana, wherever, you know, other places?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, our Correction Program Services Division are working with the facilities to give them the tablets. And if I'm not mistaken, Arizona, because I was just in Arizona in August, they have the tablets, so they don't have to go to the church in order to have a video visit. They just have to be on an authorized visit list, and there is a charge for the tablet, and everyone gets from the vendor one 5-minute call free per week.
Okay. Insert a follow-up, Chair. And that's located in the facility?
Yeah, all the tablets. All the
And-
facilities have tablets.
Okay,
Including
for
on the
that
mainland.
purpose?
For that purpose, but also to connect to the court, because when we had the pandemic, the problem was we couldn't do transports because they were in isolation. So we also installed, in addition to the tablet, we installed using federal money these booths, electronic booths, so there was some privacy between the inmate and the attorney in the court. They go in the booth, they close the door, they can have the video hearing that way.
Okay.
We're not finished installing those booths, but they are in some of the facilities.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ward.
Chair, if I could follow up on the church notion. Mr. Director, you still have chaplains, right?
Yes, we do.
I understand that sometimes you can't change the behavior, but if you change the heart of somebody, they come out good. Do you have any studies on that that's indicative of the efficacy of your chaplains?
No, I don't believe we do. to
How
be
many
honest
do you
with
have, actually?
We have one chaplain for every facility,
Okay, so all the bases are covered.
yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay, Director, thank you very much for coming in. I think, you know, at some point, it is very eye-opening for, to see some of the facilities. This committee, during the interim, does do site visits. We will schedule a few.
Okay.
At some point, members, you know, I have been to every single one, including Arizona. And Arizona is pleasantly, well, you know, if you had to choose one, that's the one. You know, if you're a criminal, right?
Yeah.
That's the one you want to be in. But anyway,
Honestly,
I think it'll be good for this committee to see, especially because of the high need and future needs of the. So,
If I
Chair,
could
if
just
I-
make some closing remarks really fast, Chair.
Sure.
A couple of things. One, some of the inmates, and it's really, it's a shame on us and for the state of Hawaii, would rather do their time in Arizona because it's a modern facility. But the equally important, I wanted to make sure, my testimony here today was not putting down UPW, was not putting down the judiciary in any way.
Understand.
I wanted to explain the challenges the criminal justice system have and the challenges we face as an employer.
I understand.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
if I may make a comment, I would encourage, if we can, as a finance committee, go and inspect. I'd love to see what the technology that's missing, which nowadays should be reasonably accessible unless it's architecturally, structurally impossible. And I look forward to you providing tickets to go to Arizona as the next one.
Yeah. You know, I think it's worthwhile to see, but, you know, there are things the committee needs to also understand. Arizona is, and this may be, or I may be wrong, but I remember when I looked into it before, it is a better facility and it is cheaper for us to house them there, but it is a cherry-picked population. So they don't have the same issues that Halaba would, meaning they don't deal with the ones that have health issues or social issues or different kind of things like that. So it is a apples to oranges comparison. So the committee should be aware of that. And am I wrong or right?
No, to some degree, you're right.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Members, we have one more this afternoon. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the Committee of Finance will come to order. We're going to reconvene our informational briefing. Next up for us is Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Director, please.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, mahalo nui for the opportunity to appear before you this afternoon. I am Ikaika Anderson, the Chair Designate of the Hawaiian Homes Commission and the Director Designate of the State Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to introduce our
Please.
team here with us this afternoon. As you know, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, that without a solid staff, nothing happens. I've got a very talented team with us today. Stuart Matsunaga, our Acting Administrator of the Land Development Division. And if you all could please stand when I introduce you, just so the representatives could see you all. Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator, Land Development Division. Lehua Kinilau Kano, our Nahasda Government Relations Manager. Rodney Lau, our Administrative Services Officer, we also refer to as our department's superhero, who was our Administrative Services Officer when I was a budget analyst here in House Finance more than 20 years ago. Paula Aila, our Administrator of Contract and Awards Division. Kahana Albino, our Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. Dean Oshiro, our Loan Services Branch Manager. Kana'i Kapeliela, Acting Oahu District Office Supervisor. Alan Texera, our Executive Assistant. And Stacy Eli, our Beneficiary Outreach Coordinator Director. And we also have our Deputy Director, Katie Lambert Ducat, who comes to us from the Office of the State Attorney General. Members, Governor Green nominated 2 cabinet-level positions to lead and carry out the duties of the department as we embark on the next 4 years of service to the people of Hawaii. Pardon me one moment, Mr. Chair. That's a lot better now. I can actually see this a little better. We have had full access, getting the keys to the agency on January 3rd, so we've been in the building now for a little more than a week, when the outgoing administration concluded on December 31st of last year. Today, I come before you with the budget request developed by the prior administration. However, our team is fully committed to working with committee members through the budgetary legislative process to finalize a right-sized budget request that honors the needs of our department, as well as the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act beneficiaries we exist to serve. Following are important considerations that are significant to this year's departmental budgetary request, which will require revisions as we move through the legislative process. Members, Act 279, which our team mahalos all of you for coming forth with this historic appropriation, provides $600 million in general funds to serve the interests and the needs of the wait list and family members defined in Act 279 by the legislature. The Act authorizes funds to be spent in 5 core categories. 1, building lots and housing units. 2, buying land. 3, programs serving the wait list and Ohana members. 4, mortgage or rental subsidy programs serving the wait list and Ohana members as well. And 5, other purposes that advance the interest of the wait list population. While the prior administration did submit its strategic plan on December 6th of last year to the legislature, one day following the swearing in of Governor Green, we intend to pursue implementation within the confines of this original plan and to conduct a review to identify improvements that may be prudent to maximize the impact of the Act. sensible improvements that do not threaten the timely encumbrance of the funds by the current 2025 timeline will be brought before the Hawaiian Homes Commission very shortly. To summarize the current spending plan, 80%, or $540 million, is planned for expenditure in Category 1, which will build out roughly 2,700 lots, with a minor portion dedicated to Category 2, which is acquiring land. The remaining $60 million is planned for expenditure in Categories 3 and 4, with no plan to expend funds to improve the department's capacity under Category 5. We understand the legislature prefers absolute certainty. We get that. And while our administration will take all initial steps within the parameters of the prior administration's department spending plan, we must conduct a serious review to ensure the success of your intent under Act 279. For example, we must consider long-standing weaknesses at the department. We're weighing that to strengthen its ability to deliver on the Act. This could possibly, members, result in revisions to the plan to direct funds from Act 279 to Category 5, for example, to upgrade the technology systems of the department for better service of our beneficiaries. Please be assured that as we consider the strengths and weaknesses of the department, my administration will be transparent and will report to you and your colleagues on any recommended improvements on the deployment strategy of the appropriation that is adopted by the Hawaiian Homes Commission. At this date, however, we have the current prior administration DHHL spending plan that we are utilizing as a foundation. You'll also see our sufficient funds budget request that is based upon the Nelson case filed against the state and its department back in 2012, which raised awareness that for nearly a decade, prior administrations did not request adequate funding for the four purposes found in Article 12 of the Hawaii Constitution. These four purposes are development of homestead lots, access to homestead loans, rehabilitation programs, and DHHL operating and administrative costs. Instead, and in prior years, the department relied upon commercial leasing of trust lands to generate revenue to fund the purposes of Article 12, which removed trust lands from availability to our waitlist beneficiaries. In recent years, this has been largely corrected through adoption by the Hawaiian Homes Commission sufficient sums budget and the appropriation by the legislature through the biennium budget process, funding at a minimum to Purpose 1, Purpose 3, and Purpose 4 that I mentioned earlier. Act 279 is an enormous appropriation that under the current spending plan allocates the majority share of funds to Purpose 1, with approximately $60 million towards Purpose 2 and Purpose 3. The current Act has no allocation for Purpose 4, hence our priority for the department's sufficient sums budget will be focused on adequate operating and administrative funds that can indeed be spent down effectively and efficiently by our team. Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, our capital improvement capital requests in the current budget request by the prior administration under auspices of sufficient funds includes $445.7 million in CIP projects from general obligation bonds for Purpose 1 and 2 and 3 under Article 12 that I outlined above, plus another $34.6 million in CIP maintenance projects from general funds under Purpose 4, which is the DHHL operating budget, for a total of $479 million over the biennium period. That is in addition to and outside of the $600 million that was appropriated past session. Our administration is well aware that these requests developed under the prior administration must be reconciled with the reality that $540 million of the $600 million in Act 279 currently slated for CIP-type projects is for lot development with no vertical housing development. We understand that. We also recognize that sufficient sums approach must be improved to consider the factor of reasonableness of DHHL's capacity to deploy funding deemed needed for sufficient funds. As our new administration works directly through the legislative budget process, we aim to achieve at a minimum justified support for a majority of DHHL operating and administrative costs identified under Purpose 4 of Article 12 of the Constitution. For contemplation, here is the Hawaiian Homes Commission adopted previous administration DHHL $600 million spending plan, dollar amounts. Developing lots, $475 million. Purchasing land, $35 million. Fund waitlist applicants, qualified relatives, $60 million. Provide a mortgage or rental to waitlist applicants, $30 million. The total to be expended by 2025 is $600 million. Members, this takes us to our total sufficient sums request of $998 million rather. The operating administrative request total, $235,474,652 for the total budget request, with the sufficient funds as well as the operation and administrative funds to $711 million, $472 and $844. Our homesteading program, we're very, very excited about. Already this year, we have awarded the Anahola Kauai 51 residential lots, the Ka'u Hawaii 23 residential vacant lots, and we're slated this year to award lots for La'iopua in Kona, 8 lots in Waianae, Pane'ewa lot, 16 half-acre lots, Honomu subsistence subdivision, 16 one-acre lots for agriculture, Kahikinui pastoral kuleana lots, 26 10-acre lots, and Waiahuli, Hikina, and Kula scattered lots, 12 half to 1 acre lots. And in Maku'u, we are looking at 2-acre lots. These are some of the plans that we have, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members, for the upcoming year. We are also aiming to put out 4 requests for proposals very shortly. That will result in 333 homes, not just lots, but 333 homes. And we're aiming to do this with these 4 RFPs by the end of the first quarter of this year, so the end of March. That's the end of my testimony at this point, Chair. Just before we continue, as I mentioned, the purpose of the Department of Hawaiian Homeland and the Hawaiian Homes Commission is to service our beneficiaries. And it was wonderful to see today as I walked in one of our revered kupuna who's been a leader in the homestead community as well as the Native Hawaiian community in general for many years. Auntie Ruby Maunakea, good to see you. And I will extend your aloha to my grandparents. Thank you very much for being here. Mahalo, Mr. Chair. Mahalo, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, we're going to open up to questions. Or is there more call?
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Good to see.
Good to see you.
Colleagues, familiar face there. My question is more related to Kauai because Anahola, last year we had 51 vacant lots awarded. Is that the same as what's listed here for calendar year 2023, or is this 51 additional lots?
Representative, may I bring forward from our
course,
administration?
Of course.
Stuart Matsunaga.
Hello, Representative.
Thank
So,
you.
those 51 lots are were offered last year, and they're in the process of
So this is the
being
same
awarded.
number?
These are the same, and so we've actually moved ahead sooner than later on
Okay,
those lots.
I was hoping for
Thank you.
51 more.
We-
That's okay.
We are
Okay, that's a good
planning to
clarif-
have
You do have more
construction
coming
in
up.
Hanapepe.
That's what my second
Yes.
question was. What is the status of that?
So we went out to bid on that project, that's 82 lots. We have a We're going through the contracting process. It's about $17.5 million, and we hope to start construction by the summer of this year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Representative, the Hanapepe lots, those are one of the RFPs that I mentioned that we're planning to let by the end of March.
Right on, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ward.
Mr. Anderson, very polished as usual. Good presentation.
Thank you.
You have probably the most important job of anybody in the administration, which probably means the most pressure, but the most hope is being placed upon you. And with that are a couple of questions. First, have you read Broken Promises? I know that's not fair. I just gave you copies of it. This is what my office researched 3 years ago, interviewing all your predecessors, all those who are still alive, as to what was a great organization, but very difficult in terms of its finances, its wait list, dealing with multiple different opinions, and then sometimes federal and state budgets, and political will being lacking. Having said that, it looks like you got the wind behind your back with $600 million. Yeah, what a great time to come in as director. $600 million. The question I have in terms of, you got 80% in the lots, category number 1, right? I think you
Yes.
said 80% or the bulk of the money. I just met with AARP, and they said they have Lahaina Civic Center since 1990 with infrastructure, that there's no homes on that. Is there a way you can respond to that? These are kind of like, what do you call it? Shovel-ready, if you will? And the lots are there, but there's not infrastructure. Is there any way to explain? But AARP just brought it up, and I know that's something that,
Stuart will come up and talk to you about the infrastructure
Okay.
on that lot.
behind the
Quick
Civic
question.
Center.
Again, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator, Land Development Division. So that's a great question. So out in Leali'i, villages of Leali'i, which we purchased from HHFDC, Village 1A has been completed. There was 104 lots completed about the mid 2000s, and they're fully occupied. Village 1B is under, we're undergoing environmental assessment to work on the improvements at Hono'api'ilani Highway. And we also having designs made for off-site water tanks, because that area is short of water, and the elevation of the project is actually too high to be serviced by the existing system. So we have to build another water tank. So that's in design. We have an EA, also environmental assessment in process. And also, we need to mahalo the legislature for appropriating $9 million for the highway improvements. So that's in DHHL's control at this point. So we hope to get the EA completed this year. There's a lot of issues because part of the project is in SMA, Special Management Area.
But it's
So-
been 33 years. Is that what they brought it to me is it's been 33 years and it's still like empty in that particular section.
DHHL has had control of that parcel from about maybe the early 2000s. So,
Okay.
with all due respect, not all 33
Yeah, I
years
know.
in our control.
In fact, Mr. Director, this is my other question. Thank you for that, Mr. Matsunaga. At the race, it's good that you say there's 333 coming on, there's 100 lots, but at that pace, after the last 100 years, and I project that, given the present rate, it's going to be to the year 2288 when you actually get all the wait lists filled out. Is there any way you can supersize, supercharge, get this thing off into hyper speed? And it's good, and I know it's traditional, you're doing kind of what they've done, 100, 200 lots a year. But is there not anything like and I know this is maybe a little controversial, Peter Savio says in 3 years he could do it, because he knows development. Why can't you guys do it now that you've got the money? What's lacking in the ability to get that wait list? Or is it just money and political will? Or what? Because the rate that you're going, it's going to be the year 2200 before we finish. And then people will have died rather than receive their issue.
And I share your concern, Representative Ward, as well as your frustration about our kupuna dying on that wait list. The Department of Hawaiian Homelands, quite simply, needs to do more to build more homes that our beneficiaries can afford to get into. No matter what we do, so many of our beneficiaries won't be able to qualify for a mortgage for a fee simple home, meaning they'll own the home on a leased DHHL lot. Our administration is going to put more of an emphasis on rental housing. Developer Stanford Carr, local developer Stanford Carr, right now is in the process of bringing to fruition a project at the old Bolodrome on Eisenberg Street in Honolulu that will provide 270 or so rentals, Representative Ward.
When is that going to be online? When?
We're looking to hopefully go to development by fall of this year, to break ground fall of this year. But through land acquisition, Representative Ward, we would like to acquire additional properties for similar initiatives in the primary urban core, even in transit-oriented development where we can purchase such lots. And on the neighbor islands, in those communities that are willing to host these types of multifamily housing units, of course not towers, but multifamily low to mid-rise, we'd be able to offer these types of rentals. We'd also like to do kupuna housing, Representative Ward, very similar to what's been done in Waimanalo. In Waimanalo, there's a kupuna rental project that came online roughly 20 years ago. It's been popular with the Waimanalo kupuna. It's rental, and it gives our kupuna a place to live. So in short, Representative, what our administration is planning is to put more focus into rental housing, and even with our kupuna in addition to the fee simple. There's just been too much focus in the past on one type of housing. We've got to be able to shift and broaden our focus.
Chair, if I can follow up on that. This is in regards to the DHL lease. The late Oz Stender, as you know, was a Bishop Estate trustee. And Bishop Estate trustees, like many people who have leased land, have equity that's built into your lease. If you're Hawaiian and you're on a Hawaiian homestead, your equity is zero. You cannot build anything to send your kids to college or to buy or renovate or whatever. You have no equity whatsoever. Ostender, God rest his soul, said, look, if you just change the lease, and that's something you can do as well as the governor can do, to make it where there's equity. And I know there's some bumps in the road to do that, but there's no reason why Hawaiians should be discriminated against, that they can't build equity like anybody else, because I bought land in Hawaii Kai, and it was a leasehold. But eventually it went fee simple. But the point was, with leasehold, the house and its ownership actually gained equity. So why are the Hawaiians being discriminated against, and then why would you allow that to continue, whereas everybody else who has leasehold can build equity, but the Hawaiians can't?
And that's a suggestion, or a Representative Ward, that we can talk to the State Attorney General about, seeing legally if we can address it. But
And
that's
Oz
a great
Stedner
point.
says, all you gotta do is adopt the Bishop Estate lease. That's all Oz says. You do it the way they word it, not the way, you guys have worded it from the 1920s or 30s or something. But he said, you do the Bishop Estate lease, which is there already as a template, it can be done. And you know, Oz is a pretty sharp guy.
That's putting it mildly, Representative.
Yeah, exactly. He was a hero. And he's one of the biggest contributors to Broken Promises that gave me the insight, the motivation, and the incentive to do what I'm doing.
Representative, we'll take that point back and we'll
Please,
provide you an
please
answer.
do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, members. Representative Kila.
Hi, Chair Anderson.
Hey, aloha, Representative.
Nice to
Congratulations.
see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Congrats to you as well. Shout out to my members of our district being here today. I have to acknowledge my predecessor, former Representative Eli. I'm so grateful to see you taking on her in that role. Because I think there's always been that disconnect, right, with beneficiaries to the department. So I think having this role that literally is the ear on the ground for you will serve direction well. I don't have to tell you the burden that you carry, but also the hope that you bring. And I know you know full-handedly what lives you can change through this program, through administering of our DHHL lands and whatnot. My grandma is one of those, and unfortunately she is the only access to future home ownership despite rising costs here in Hawaii. So when I look at her, I think of her kupuna, I think of some of my folks my age that are waiting. I'm unfortunately not waiting because I don't have the quantum. But I did send you a list of questions, and I know those are maybe a long form ones, and I hope we can get answers, so I appreciate you taking the time on that. There were a few questions I had also, if you could help me. It was from my understanding that there was something that came from the legislature asking for a updated beneficiary list to be electronic with the removal of folks who have passed away. Is there a status update on the beneficiary wait list with the most up-to-date information?
We are in the process of doing a update as well as electronic, having the list electronically available. If I could bring up staff representative just to update you on the status of that. I believe we're in the process with the updates and electronic to do sometime this year, but I'll bring up Rodney Lau to give more specifics. But we've been in discussions on that for the last week that Deputy and I have had the keys to the building. Rodney?
The department is operating on a legacy system called Apex, developed in-house. And what the department is planning to do is upgrade and modernize that system. We need to bring in a consultant. Consultant will define our needs, because our needs are more than just the wait list. It's going to include, it involves lessees too, yeah. So it's going to be integrated with it, with the land inventory, and also with other applications that we have, such as the loan system and water systems and so forth. So that's the process that we're doing right now. We got off, from what I understand, in December last year. We got off the servers from DAGS. We have our system operating on a government cloud now. So that allows us to move forward into that kind of operation.
And so that one is hopefully within this year. Is that
Yeah,
my
December 6th or something like that, of 2022. So we finally got off that system, and then we can proceed forward now. So I guess the next step is we need to bring in a consultant to do a mapping of our processes.
So that one is maybe this year completion, or?
No. Once we have an idea of pricing out, first of all, they're going to have to do some process mapping, and then they're going to have to price out what the different applications and which applications we're going to start moving forward on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank
And then when we are dipping into the funds of NAHASDA and its state funds, how much NAHASDA funds are allocated when it comes to financial literacy, and how much money that we put forward as a state for that? Are we putting enough?
Liho, would you come up and discuss or answer the NAHASDA question from the representative? Thank you.
So aloha, Representative Lehua Kinilau Kano with the Department of Hawaiian Homeland. So in terms of NAHASDA, we do have a contract with Hawaiian Community Assets. It is one of the contracts on the listing in our testimony. For NAHASDA, we serve beneficiaries whose income does not exceed 80% of the area median income. Based on our beneficiary studies, it's about half of our wait list. But we're excited about a lot of the programs that we have. When we rolled out COVID relief, CNHA is our contractor. We were identified by the U.S. Department of Treasury as a high-performing grantee. But when we rolled out the relief, we also rolled out financial literacy. And so we had like a 90% use of that program. And the whole idea was because these funds were going to go away, so we very much emphasize, for NAHASDA, we have a policy that the commission approved in July of 2021 that requires that anyone who utilizes NAHASDA assistance is required to complete financial literacy. We'll be rolling out a kupuna rental subsidy program in the spring of this year. Again, we have CNHA under contract. And one of the requirements is, so a kupuna who is on the wait list or an undivided interest lessee whose income is less than 80% of the area median income, they would pay no more than 30% of their income for rent, NAHASDA would subsidize the difference. Now, if they do not engage in financial literacy within 60 days, we would stop the subsidy. So that's how serious we are about financial literacy and preparing families so that when these lot awards come, that they're prepared to position themselves to receive an offer.
Do we need to administer more state funds for these programs? Because is it under the impression NAHASDA monies are drying up or not being allocated?
No, I think we do need the state funds because we have families who are over 80%. And unfortunately, NAHASDA can only finance those whose income does not exceed. So I know in the Act 279, the 60 million, there are individual awards programs that kind of services are envisioned. Hopefully these can work in tandem because again, NAHASDA can serve families who are, lower income.
Okay. And then I had it written, what was the Chair Anderson's commitment to financial literacy, but I think Leihua did a good job on knowing that because that's the biggest barrier, right? I tell people in Hawaii that everyone can actually afford a mortgage because we pay exorbitant rent, but it's those barriers like down payment assistance, sometimes not the best financial decision making. I at 27 have not made the best financial decisions prior to coming into office, but I am not up for a home. But I think about the folks who have those barriers. So I'm excited to see especially a program like that, right? Because those are the folks that have been waiting the longest as our kupunas, but our kupunas serve as the lighthouse for multi-generational housing, especially in our district when you have household sites of 7, 8, 9. And we were talking about in another hearing that our median income is so high in our district because there's so many people in the house, but the per capita income is less than $30,000. So seeing a lot of that. And then I just wanted to know, this one, if you don't have the answer, it's totally fine. Do we have an exact number of inventory of pre-owned DHHL homes at the moment?
I don't have an exact inventory on that, Representative, but we can get that to you.
Please.
Yes,
Because
we
I
can.
know I think it was 20 pre-owned lots on the chart that we were giving, but those ones sometimes are ready to go. I know they may not be in the best condition, but there are lessees, I think, who have some financial affordability to take a older lot and
Would
then
agree.
bring it up to code. But thank you for your.
Thank you, Representative. And the
preparation.
department does need to do a better job on outreach as well. And a commitment that my administration has made is doing more outreach with the beneficiaries and with the communities. We've started that outreach on the neighbor islands. We've already visited Hawaii Island. And what we're going to do is restart the regional plan process. There's 18 of them, and we're going to utilize those regional plans as a basis for conducting our meetings. We've had the opportunity to talk story, although not directly, but with Kipukai Kuali'i from Kauai. He's interested in hosting us to come out to talk to his folks. Maui, we've had some conversations with Senator McKelvey. He's also interested in having us come out and talk story, as is Senator DeCoit from Molokai. And as we're talking story, we're also looking, as Representative, as you made mention, of our availability for financial literacy to help our beneficiaries really understand what's needed to be able to qualify. So in accordance with all of that, we're aiming to be able to service our beneficiaries more.
And then for monies for projects that may have lapsed, is there a way that we can identify those projects with you folks to see if there is funding still available, or how do we proceed on the future of
Yes,
those
we can.
projects? Okay.
Yes, we
I'll
can.
make sure to follow up with you folks. Thank you, Chair.
We will get back to you on those points, Representative.
Yes, and thank you to your team for being here. It shows your commitment. So thank you folks so much.
Mahalo.
Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cochran.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Department, for being here, and pardon my tardiness, I didn't get to hear your opening intro, but aloha.
Aloha, Representative.
And so former council member of West Maui
Yes.
so now I have the newly added section of all the Wai'ehu Kos into House District 14, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then it was discussed on villages of Le'ali'i, which I'm very familiar with, and I can tell you why it's been stuck in limbo for a while, and it's no fault of one person in particular. So I'm just focusing on the Honokowai lots, and I see you have some monies being put into probably the financial literacy portion, because it says training and it's mentioning education and training. So I'm taking it that's to try and get our people who's eligible to get to that level that they're ready to shovel ready to get in and get educated on the financial aspects?
Yes, we are going to go with financial literacy to prepare folks to be able to qualify. That's the goal.
Okay, and so where is that on the docket to start? I see you're working together with the County of Maui, and I believe Paul Chang, a Pulelehua project next door, with the R1 upgrades. I see 10 million for some upgrades that are going to occur infrastructure-wise. So is that going to help us move that much faster and closer to building out those lots and getting them prepped and ready to get built on?
Let me bring staff forward, Representative, just to get into the specifics.
Aloha, Rep. Cochran. Thanks for being here because we've done a lot of work with former Representative McKelvey in that area. And so for Honokawai, we have a design contract in process right now for 50 subsistence ag lots that'll be 1 to 2 acres in size. And tied very closely to that development is working collaboratively with both public-private, with the County of Maui for development of R1 water, and also with the neighbor to the north, Pulelehua. And so we are collaborating on sewer improvements too. So win-win kind of situation, helps the state, with the financing part of it. And so we're really excited about that one, and it's part of our renewed agricultural effort to homestead the area.
Okay, that's very exciting to hear. And then maybe you have the answer to this, Chair, a follow-up. In the Wai'ehu area, it's been discussed, there's a huge project, I'm not sure if anyone remembers Sterling Kim, and it's almost like 600 acres Malka side. And a project that had to build a bridge and all this other stuff. So he really financially couldn't roll it out. Now another developer has come in, but across the street, of course, is all the Wai'ehu Ko's. And so I was talking to the Homeowners Association folks there, and Daniel Ornelas of DLNR Maui District and stuff, that perhaps DHHL, there's been discussion to maybe purchase or look into taking those lots in, anticipation for our beneficiaries. So has that come across your desk at all or discussed?
Representative, I can't say too much about it because we are in a request for proposal process. And we have a number of proposals before the department that we're reviewing right now. And so we hope to have some news within the next month or so regarding that.
Okay, no, very good. Thank you. It is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you folks for being here. Aloha. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Okay, members, any further questions? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Aloha.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Thanks for being here. Quick question. Last year, in the Housing Committee, there was conversation about kind of surveying your beneficiaries that are on the wait list and looking at, what kinds of housing options they were interested in, whether it was, lots, that single-family homes, whether it was rental. And I'm just wondering if you and the department over the last year have reached out to your beneficiaries to see, for example, like their ultimate goal would be a single-family home, but if a rental were available now, would they take the rental? Like, do you have that kind of information? Because I think that would hopefully help the department plan as to what kinds of housing do you need to start building up based on the demand of those who are on the wait list.
Great question, Representative. I am aware that in 2020, the department did do work surveying our beneficiaries. Yes, the most desirable housing option that folks were interested in was having a fee simple home. We are in the process of discussions in my administration of reaching out to our beneficiaries again to gain further data to talk about rental housing opportunities and what that would look like on all islands. We'd also like to look at the list and see how many of these folks still live in Hawaii, how many of these folks still need housing, how many of these folks actually may already own a home. These are some questions that my team feels we need to get answered. So we are in discussions as a team about doing another reach out. But there was one done in 2020. We're happy to share that information with you if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, I would like that
We can do that.
information. If you can share it with the committee, that would be great.
We'll
I
share it with
just,
the chair and with you.
You know, think that if like someone were on a wait list, right, and say you didn't have a lot that they most wanted, but you had a rental, I mean, they may want the rental as the interim option before they can get what they most desire. So I'm just thinking that if you surveyed them to know that information, that might help you plan ahead as to how many homes you need in rental
Agreed.
or, you know, for purchase or those kind of things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we can share that with the committee.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Representative Kobayashi?
I was reading that there were two well-known groups that had a very different view of how to spend the $600 million. Have those differences been resolved?
I can't tell you whether or not those differences have been resolved, Representative, but I can tell you that we've taken a look as a team at the plan, at both plans, the one that was submitted by the prior administration as well as the one that was submitted by the Shaw. Personally, I believe that there are solid options in both plans. Of particular interest and of an option that I plan to discuss with the commission that was proposed is providing, the department providing grants for down payments to our beneficiaries. So that's something that we're going to discuss as a commission, and we're also going to discuss with the State Attorney General to get some legal review. But that particular option was actually shared by the Shaw.
I'm sorry. So you have, as I understand it, these two groups are largely or entirely composed of beneficiaries.
Well, you have upwards of 40 Hawaiian homestead associations. And of the upwards of 40 Hawaiian homestead associations, I believe there are 32 of them that have active membership in the Shaw. So you do have a lot of integration between the groups. They're both solid stakeholders. We need to work with everybody, Representative. So I don't look at them as competing interests. I just look at them as two groups who are doing their best to try to work together towards a common goal of housing our people. Do they have different ideas? Absolutely.
And you have met with them?
Yes, I have.
And is there any expectation that these differences will be resolved within, I don't know, a year or fairly quickly if the deadline of 2025 is to be, spending deadline is to be met?
I'm unable to commit to you, Representative, of the two groups coming to any resolve should they have any contention between them, but I can tell you that our team is interested in looking at solutions proposed by both. Going back to, again, one of the ideas that the Shaw proposed with the grants for down payments for mortgages. We think that's a solid suggestion, and we're looking at it. So we're looking at it, at all valid suggestions that come to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Chair, for having me here at today's meeting, and welcome, Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
My name is David Tarnas. I'm the Chair of the House Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs Committee. So I'm quickly educating myself about the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's budget and your legislative package, reading the strategic plan to implement Act 279 that came from the previous administration. You know, I understand that you're still figuring out whether you're going to follow that plan or modify it, take some good ideas from Shaw. I'd like you to speak to the 6 legislative proposals that the Commission has approved and to request of the legislature, because those are substantive pieces of legislation that would have a direct impact on your financial plan, your expenditures, how quickly you're able to do it. In fact, one of the pieces of legislation is to extend the amount of time, but there's a number of other things that are very, very substantive. Could you please speak to that? Are you planning on submitting those 6 pieces of legislation? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not sure if we're going to be submitting those pieces of legislation. I understand the Commission voted unanimously to adopt that plan. I'm aware of that fact. but I haven't had an opportunity to speak directly with the commission, as the sunshine law, the state sunshine law prohibits me from talking to more than one member. So we are, as a commission, going to be talking about that plan. I'm also going to be asking the commission if they would like to improve upon or build upon that plan by exploring opportunities to be able to deliver more homes than just the 2,700 lots that are under consideration. So we plan to have that discussion, Representative. As far as the legislative proposals that were attached, our team is still looking at that. But I can't tell you today whether or not those will be submitted. I simply am not sure if we're going to be submitting them or not. But I do believe that we need to have further discussion as a commission.
And you're aware of our legislative timetable and the deadline for submittal of those pieces of legislation?
Yes, that I am aware of. I would have loved to had these discussions with our commission earlier. Just was unable to do that last month. Unfortunately, it's my official first day of work was January 3rd, as my predecessor was still in office until the end of last year. But I'm looking forward to our first Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting next week, and we have a number of items on the agenda for discussion and for vote.
I look forward to learning more about what your final decisions are to move forward. I'm eagerly anticipating to learn what you're planning on doing.
Thank you, Representative. And
Thank you.
additionally, thank you very much to your office for allowing me to stop by and talk story with you next week, Thursday. Our meeting in your office next week, Thursday, will occur after the Hawaiian Homes Commission meetings that will occur on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. So I'll definitely have more answers for you on Thursday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions? Okay. Representative Kobayashi, followed by Ward.
Would you like to make any follow-up comments to a rather critical Star Advertiser story that I read? Using words like grilling, not having breakdowns, it looks like you didn't have details for some monies, etc. And specifically, I think I don't know whether this is bad reporting, but specifically not having breakdown amounts for that lot development money, $63 million, and I think $139 million second year. That's what the newspaper article seemed to refer to.
Representative, we do have various tables in our testimony. I'm not sure exactly which one you may be referring to.
Well, I don't know which ones the people below are referring to.
So we do have more detailed information regarding our vacancies. We have, I believe, staff 59 funded vacancies up to this point. We have 22 vacancies that are out for recruitment. We're making a very, very serious effort to fill these vacancies. So again, we have 22 recruitments that are already out, Representative. As I outlined at the top of my testimony, we plan to have 4 RFPs on the street by the end of the first quarter of this year that will result in 333 homes, not just lots, but 333 homes. I do believe, Representative, that I've benefited from the last 48 hours of being able to talk story with my staff. My deputy and I received the keys to our building last week, Tuesday. The deadline to submit the testimony that our staff started putting together last month was 48 hours after my deputy and I took office. We did the best we possibly could to deliver that testimony to the Senate and be able to speak to it. But I really must say that our team benefited from having the past 48 hours to go back over the questions that the Senate had, delve back into our testimony, and also come forward today with some additional information that clarifying our numbers as well as to what our objectives are. So the testimony delivered today, I believe, was delivered in a much simpler format that we're able to share with you that makes it a lot easier to follow. But we certainly benefited, Representative, from the last 48 hours.
The article, as I could recall, doesn't really dwell on the issue of vacancies, but rather that it seems that some details as to numbers and how those dollars would be spent were not provided.
Well, again, Representative, if you look at the plan that was submitted by the previous administration that the commission adopted, those details are quite clear, but it's also been made apparent by this governor and his administration that they plan to put their fingerprints onto that plan as well. And we simply won't have the opportunity to do that until the next Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting happens. So I can't tell you specifically what our so-called improvements will be to that plan until I talk with the commission. And I've been legally prohibited from doing so up to this point. So once I have the opportunity legally to talk with the commission, and I can't do that until next week's regularly scheduled meeting, then we'll have some more details. I did share details of a proposed plan that I'm going to be discussing with the commission that I'm going to ask for their support on that will still utilize the former administration's plan as a foundation, but building upon the number of units that will be able to be delivered, and also putting more of a focus, not a sole focus, but more of a focus on rental housing. But a lot of that is going to be conceptual, Representative, until I have the opportunity to talk with the commission. And of course, we do need the support of the commission before we make any definitive changes. Otherwise, we have some legal risk under Nelson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Following Representative Kobayashi's reference to the Star Advertiser, different article, but the one by Rod Perez that gave an expose of how your organization is supposed to be the recipient of all vacant lands. Is there anything the department is doing to assure that the other departments know that any surplus land goes to you guys? Because he said basically a nonprofit came in and intervened and basically took the land away from you guys. Even by law, the Congress is supposed to do it. And he kind of exposed that those sitting in Washington were sitting on their hands, unfortunately. So this is something that if there's lands available, have you got a game plan to make sure that they know that you know that you're waiting to be informed of it?
We do have a game plan, Representative. One of the points of my team's 5-point plan is to foster our relationships and ensure that we are working together with other state departments, particularly the Departments of Education, Agriculture, Transportation, and DLNR and the DOE.
Because there's surplus lands, and I wouldn't be shy asking them, hey, you guys got any land? Remember that we're here, and then cite the law that is there. Anyways, that is one point. The other point that Representative Kobayashi brought up was the Shah. And I was going to suggest that you, as the chair, former chair of the council, and herding cats is probably going to be very beneficial for your handling of these particular issues. But the question that I follow, as you said, the Shah announced that doing a down payment program. Is that the $100,000 one that we've heard or rumored that if somebody wants to buy a house, you can get $100,000 from DHHL to do a purchase?
The Shah has shared their proposal. Yes, it's similar to that. The monies vary anywhere from $70,000 to $100,000, if I recall correctly, that the Shah kicked around. I did have the opportunity to attend one of their statewide meetings this past summer in July at Honolulu International Airport, Daniel Inouye International Airport, and that proposal was discussed prior to them adopting it as part of their official plan.
Okay. I know
It's a solid proposal.
It's
We're going to consider
never
it.
easy in the Hawaiian community to reach a consensus, but you're going to be the catalyst to do that. So I wish you the best in that. But it's like herding cats, and you come out of the city council as chair, so your skin has been toughened for that, and you should be able to do a good job.
Well, Representative, thank you very much for your confidence in our abilities to be able to bring people together. I understand, Representative and committee members, that not every Hawaiian organization is on the same page. I respect that. But Native Hawaiians, just like everyone else who's lucky to call Hawaii home, we do come together to talk story and to reach consensus for the betterment of everybody. It's wonderful, I believe, when all the Native Hawaiian groups come together to talk. And again, they don't always agree. But just the Shaw coming up with their plan, with all of those different organizations that they have within their group, I think shows that they're serious and that they have the ability to work with people.
I forget who said it, but it was a Hawaiian group that said, you know, aloha is really defined when you don't feel like it, you still do it.
Yeah.
You don't feel it, but you do it, and that's really the test. And if there's any community that demonstrates aloha, it's the Hawaiian community.
Right.
So, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Representative Morikawa, followed by Kilo.
Thank you. My question is pretty quick, but I was wondering, if you get a rental unit, does that take you off the list?
No, Representative. At this point in time, it doesn't. That is a policy question that I'm going to be posing to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. There have been some who have suggested that the commission revisit that policy.
Thank
But
you.
right now, no. If you get a rental, you still stay on the list.
Okay, thank you, Representative Kilo.
I just want to clarify, I don't think our Native Hawaiian population is any harder to work with than any population in Hawaii. But I just wanted to see, so I know you said you have 50 positions out right now looking to fill.
I believe it's in the neighborhood of 59 vacancies. We've got 22 recruitments on the street.
So 22 recruitments, 59 vacancies total.
I believe so.
And then we want to expand the team by 19 more?
And yes,
Okay.
the 19 are unfunded, Representative.
And then that would be DHHL fully funded, fully staffed, ready to go.
Yes, Representative.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that number, because it's hard, right? Like I was telling the Department of Taxation and every agency that's come before us, it's hard for us to really hold them accountable when they don't have the full team and full staff. Like I always go back to HPD when they have 300 vacancies and you can see the pukas. But if we come to that day where there are no vacancies and these positions are then filled, I think only truly then we can fully equate and see how the departments are performing. So I know you're not the only agency that's facing that issue. So
Aye.
thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And Representative, I'd like to commend you. Thank you very much for recognizing that our Native Hawaiian community is no different to work with than any other community in the state. But I do recognize that many get concerned when they see large contingencies of Native Hawaiians gathering and rallying. And I consistently remind folks, there's no need to be concerned or to be worried when large contingencies of Native Hawaiians gather. Our people are just asking to be heard. The protests, the asking for their voices to be heard committee is just our Native Hawaiian people coming together, asking that their rights be respected and that their community be respected. But I'd also ask folks to remember, whenever the events are over, everybody disperses peacefully and returns to their home back in their respective communities. So all we're really asking is to be heard.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Representative Cochran.
Thank you, and yeah, thank you. I think we all understand aloha ina, and
Aye.
regardless of background. And,
Aye.
but so I know there's Ikaika Ohana is a company building in Lahaina, and Jeff Bigley, I believe, is the main guy. And there's rentals. So I know at one point the community thought was a Department of Hawaiian Homelands project, but it's actually not 100%, but it was, I think, some kind of priority-wise is going rental units for DHHL, and no, that was the concern. Will they be taken off the list? And the answer is no, no, no. Until you get rentals, and then when something opens up, then you're eligible. But my main question is, speaking to the Wai'ehu area and existing villages lately, 75% of the beneficiaries in Maui County reside now in this newly designated House District 14, which is like a huge kuleana for myself, yes, but I mean all of us as a whole. And so you have homes that are built 20 plus years down the road, re-roofing, R&M things, costs are building up. The cesspool conversion is on the books right now.
Yes.
So can some of this 600 million, or is some of that being slated for some R&M for existing, house the beneficiaries?
Thank you very much for that question, Representative. The emphasis with the $600 million is on the wait list, as the act specifically says, a wait list. So that's where our emphasis is going with those dollars. That being said, we have had discussions as a team in regards to cesspool upgrades, and we've been in discussions about that since Deputy Ducat and I gained keys to the office last week, Tuesday. So it's on our radar.
Okay, okay, and good. I'm glad the discussion's being, it's being discussed, so
It
thank
is.
you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? Representative Poy Poy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here.
Aloha.
So, Aloha Aina, Malama Aina work is integral to our culture. So I'm just curious if you would be interested in expanding the department's kuleana in this area for projects on lands that might not be suitable for, development of housing, such as watershed restoration, reforestation of native plants. And there could be economic opportunity too for lessees and beneficiaries, for starting native plant nurseries and, getting out on the land and replanting. But, and also in Kapa'akea, Kalama'ula area, there was a flood in December. And so having reforestation efforts on the Mauka side could help mitigate that as well. And the flood was primarily contained to DHHL areas. So anyway, just curious your thoughts on that.
Our team would be willing to consider that, Representative. As far as are you asking us if we would be willing to consider utilizing DHHL properties that are not suitable for homesteading purposes or pastoral or ag purposes to the purposes that you outlined? Is that the question?
Yeah, and partnering on projects such as like watershed restoration, reforestation.
Our team would be open to considering that. Of course, we'd have to have conversation with the State Attorney General as to the legalities,
Okay.
first and foremost.
Okay, thank you.
But we're closed-minded to nothing, Representative.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I have a couple. So, to Representative Poy Poy's point and the question on are you talking to the other state departments? So the conversations, and I understand that the beneficiaries want a wide range of land uses. But I've always been concerned with if we develop areas that are, and I have this issue with the counties also, where because the counties don't, over the years, have been not developing infrastructure, sewer, water systems, and things like that, and they've been making the developers pay for some of these things, we end up with a lot of spot zoning. And that creates problems for the state where sometimes when they make these developments, they plan for elementary schools, but they do not plan for where they're going to go when they go to middle school and high school. So, and with all due respect, Honokawai is one of those that I have concern with it's going to be so far out from where Lahaina Luna is that on the back end, it is a burden on DOE to try to get them there. And I understand those are ag lots, but and sometimes people, when they get on ag lots, they don't understand that ag lots are not urban lots, and they do not have certain city-like services, right? So everybody kind of has to go in it eyes wide open, but a lot of times they don't. And then on the back end, it's the state that has to fulfill or try to service that kind of misunderstanding of what was built at that time. So, and with all due respect to Chair Tarnas, a good example of that is on the Big Island, they build a lot of developments in isolated areas that are very cheap, catchment systems, no cesspools, those types of things. But on the back end, those are the people that need social services and things like that. So the state pays more for vehicles, social service vehicles, on the Big Island than any place else because they got to drive so far. And it's because there's no clustering of some form of density. Your lands are a lot of times isolated. And so when you are developing them, are you talking with the departments as to how is that going to work for them when they do go to school? Earlier it was mentioned that half your beneficiaries are 80% AMI and under. So I would assume that social services may be an issue if they're 60 or under. So on the, what I'm getting at also is sometimes we're so anxious to like make things happen, we don't think about on the back end what that's gonna cost those people that we put on those lands. So I think that those conversations need to happen more often. Many times government doesn't talk to each other within itself. And even more so, it doesn't talk across branches, meaning the federal government and the county government. And we don't have conversations that are comprehensive as far as how we plan going forward. So I'm asking, because I kind of know the answer, but to what level are these conversations happening? And if not, what's your plan?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'm unable to speak to what prior administrations have done as far as collaboration and discussions with other state departments. In the vision plan that my administration has for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, the aligning assets and collaborating with fellow agencies point, that's where we're placing an emphasis, Representative. So we want to engage the other agencies, our fellow departments, to understand what the, I don't want to say the consequences, but what we need to be able to have a better understand, more thorough understanding of what the other agencies will face as a result of our developments. Department of Transportation concerns come to mind, Department of Education concerns come to mind, as well as Department of Agriculture and DLNR. So we need to have those discussions to ensure that all of us are collaborating. We also want to build a better collaboration with the counties, Representative, too. Yeah. So having these discussions as we start to roll out our plans through our restarting of our quarterly meetings, which is another one of our plans, by restanding up the 18 regional plans, I think will enable us to do a better job of this.
Well, I look forward to that, and like I said, it's always been a concern of mine that we, and as well as others, that we're a very centralized state.
Yes.
Where we do many things that the counties in other states do. And because of that, some things are not discussed because they're not paid for by the county.
Yes.
And so it takes a more conscious effort on everybody's part that all these things are considered as we move forward. So we look forward to working with you.
Thank
and,
you,
and I'm sure Chair Tarnas is going to be having a lot of conversations with you also. But members, we're going to recess for the next, who's coming up, CCA.
Thank you,
We're in
Representative.
recess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Committee.
Okay, the Committee on Finance will reconvene its informational briefings. And well, next up is DCCA, please.
Thank you. Aloha and
Aloha.
Happy New Year.
You bring the mic down.
Oh.
Thank you.
I guess I gotta adjust it for my height. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right.
It's more for the people that are watching online.
Okay.
thank you.
Hopefully, my volume is enough for inside. Happy New Year and aloha to you, all the members of the House Committee on Finance, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa. I'm Nadine Ando. I'm the nominee for the position of Director of the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, and I am here with members of the department to provide testimony and answer questions relating to the DCCA's budget request for the fiscal biennium 2023 to 2025. We greatly appreciate this opportunity to come before you as you consider our budget request, and appreciate that you have taken the time already to consider the request and the written submissions, and for that reason, I'm not planning to read over our testimony in total. I'm sure I can spare you given the time, but will instead summarize and highlight some of what was in the request and the submissions we provided. First, I'd like to introduce members of the department who are here today in person, and they are Dean Hazama, the Deputy Director of the department, William Yu, our Communications Officer, Michael Won, Acting Business Management Officer, Jason Horiuchi, Program Administrator for Hawaii Post-Secondary Education Authorization Program, Tai Nohara, Commissioner of Securities in the Business Registration Division, Jamie Shu, Acting Administrator for Cable Television, Dean Nishida, Consumer Advocate for the Division of Consumer Advocacy, Iris Ikeda, Financial Institutions Commissioner, Robert Hiltner, Information Systems Manager of the Information Systems Division, Gordon Ito, the Insurance Commissioner for the Insurance Division, Denise Balanai, Senior Hearings Officer in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Raji Tolentino, Acting Executive Director of the Office of Consumer Protection, Alani Kioki, Licensing Administrator with the Professional and Vocational Licensing Division, Esther Brown, Compliance and Enforcement Officer with Regulated Industries Complaints Office, Leo Asuncion, Chair of the Public Utilities Commission, and Jody Endo Chai, Executive Officer of the Public Utilities Commission. So they're all here in person. I don't know if that was the case last year. I suspect not. So we're all in a pre-pandemic mode here, so that they are here to also answer questions if there's specific questions from the committee that would relate to their respective divisions. So as was noted in our submission, all the requests in our current budget request are for ceiling increases for use of special funds. And as we noted in the written testimony, and I know there are some new representatives on the committee, the DCCA's funding source is unique among departments, as its programs and operations are specially funded by its own revenue generation, per what was established by the legislature in 1996 when the Compliance Resolution Fund was created. Now that said, the DCCA is mindful of the legislature's fiscal oversight of the DCCA's funding and seeks to request the increases in its ceilings to expend special funds and, where appropriate, trust funds to meet its operational needs and to make improvements in support of its mission to provide important commerce and consumer-related services to the public. So the requests that we are making specific, and I'm going to highlight a few, starting with the King Kalakaua building repair. This is CCA 191. We are seeking to have a ceiling increase of $7.56 million in fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 to make critical repairs to the building, which houses the majority of the divisions and offices in the department. This is relating to serious roof leaks and deterioration, damage to interior spaces and support structures, rooftop waterproof membrane failure, hazardous materials detection, health and safety dangers that will only increase if repairs are not undertaken soon. This building is a historic preservation designated building, built in 1913 and was purchased by the department in 2002. And because it is classified as a historic building, the replacement of the roof tiles on this building makes the repairs a lot more challenging. In other words, we had to look for and find a vendor that was still making and selling the specific roof tiles put on this building in 1913. And fortunately, that company was still, or some version of that company was still in existence, and we were able to locate a source for the tiles. But that alone is going to cost about $5 million. So that's number one on our budget request list, is to increase our ceiling to be able to expend special funds to get the repair work started and get it going. Again, the prolonged delay in any repairs increases the risk of damage and cost to fix, and it's an urgent need for us to be able to proceed with this work now for health and safety concerns. Second on our list of budget requests is the PUC sub-account ceiling increases. That's for CCA 901. That would be $750,000 each for two programs that were passed by the legislature in past years that now need funding to be implemented. And those are electrical vehicle charging system rebate program and the zero emission fueling system rebate program. So in other words, these are ceiling increases to enable the PUC to have the funding to be able to implement these programs already passed. Next is IT enhancement for the professional vocational licensing's HOALA system, which is a new system that was put in place, I believe it was from 2021. These would be for the additional support and maintenance costs of the system that was put in place for the, HOALA stands for Hawaii Online Applicant Licensing Application. It's to modernize the system for the applications and the processing of them. But the funding that's being requested is for support and maintenance because the magnitude of the project requires additional support in that regard because we are talking about the regulation of 52 different licensed professions, 25 boards, 27 programs, and licensee population exceeding 176,500 at last count. So in order to make the process more efficient to process licensing applications, we need to get more support and maintenance for the HOALA program. The other requests are noted on page 5 of our written submission, our written testimony, and those were for CCA 191, $41,363 for software costs, CCA 104, $75,000 for the Division of Financial Institutions for Central Services Assessment. CCA 191 needs $398,569 for fiscal year 24 and $142,821 for fiscal year 25 fringe benefits. And this would be under our general support division. Then we have amounts noted also on page 5 for what we will need to be having for funding per the collective bargaining agreements. $2,930,716 for fiscal year 24, and $4,766,565 for fiscal year ~25. And trust funds of $60,052 for fiscal year '24, and $99,237 for fiscal year '25. These are all for the collective bargaining agreement increases. Again, these are all ceiling increases requested for use of special funds, and that, as I have previously indicated, these are special funds that are raised from revenues collected by the divisions in the department. It puts us in a unique category, but we do recognize and appreciate that the legislature has oversight for our request to increase the ceilings. So, any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we'll open up the questions. DCCA. Representative Ward.
I will break the ice.
Thank you.
You know, we've been at this for this is our second week. So the session for us has already started. So if you see a little bit of lethargy, it's because of the long hours. We just had a bit of it wasn't rough and tumble, but it was the Hawaiian Homes Commission. A little bit more controversial than you guys. But I have, Chair, first I want to disclose a conflict of interest potentially. I'm going to query a constituent. He heads the PUC. Is he still here? Where is he? The Hawaii guy. I have a question about the PUC.
Oh, thank you.
If I may, Madam.
Sure. Please.
Clint Churchill and his colleague maybe 3-4 weeks ago in the Star Advertiser did a phenomenal argument basically saying, look, it's great that we're going to phase out all fossil fuel. And it looks like we're rushing it because politicians usually say we're going to be the first to do this or we're going to do it quicker than we maybe should. The question, sir, is there an actuarial table when you phase out the fossil fuel that you actually have a coordinated supply of renewables, meaning that you don't burn the bridge until you cross it? Because it looks like we're really rushing a lot of the stuff that you're in control of. Do you feel in control of the way we're phasing it out and the speed of it? And is it doable the way that the political class has suggested it to be?
Thanks for the question, Representative Ward. Members, Leo Asuncion, Chair of the PUC. First of all, right, the goal of 100%, right, that's in statute, right? The 100% RPS, having clean energy by 2045.
We can always change that, though.
You can always change that, but that is the current law as it is. I would say that we don't have per se, right, like all the way through 2045, right? But what we do have is, as we need resources coming on, we do have a competitive bidding framework in the state of Hawaii that all of our utilities have to go through. And that was enacted probably about a decade ago when the monopoly was HECO, right? So they wanted to open up for competition, so to allow developers to come in and do the projects versus just HECO doing it. So what we have is, we know when we need certain resources so that we release RFPs, right, for X amount of megawatts to come in by a certain time. And if those things come in, like, we know where we will be as far as the 100% RPS goal, right? So right now we have an RFP on the street for Hawaii, Maui, and Oahu. I think off the top of my head, Oahu is like some 900 somewhat megawatts of renewable that we want to have online by the 2027, 2028, 2029 timeframe.
What are we now?
We are now, for Oahu, I believe we are at 38% RPS. So that will bring us to about 60%, 70% towards the 2045 goal, right? So my answer is basically, we know when we need things to occur. It's just that, right, we have to do it in this competitive bidding framework where HECO goes through its process to look for bids, right, from developers. They then negotiate a power purchase agreement with them, and then that power purchase agreement comes to the PUC for review, right? On how much HECO is going to buy the power from that developer, right? But it also then looks at, we're going to be X amount of the RPS by a certain date, and then that will dictate, right? More than likely, I will confess to all of you now, right? We're probably going to have one more RFP after this one, right? That takes us all the way closer to 2045.
So you're not doing just because the law says you've got to do it by 2045, but you see the technology, you see the science, you see the phasing in and the phasing out. Do you have like a, like in the calendar of all when these things are taking place, and is it something that we as the Finance Committee could see?
We could probably get that because I believe HECO would probably have that already planned out, just like KIUC has it planned out, right? They have their goals, and I know on Kauai, right, they're at 70% RPS right now. Right,
The
70.
the Churchill article said basically you could set up from here to Waiwa solar panel. I'm not exaggerating. They just said you don't have enough land to even do the solar part of it. And it made it like it was not a credible thing, and therefore, what plans are there that we can know that say, this is how this is going to happen, this refutes that particular?
Yeah, I would submit to you that right now, to me, any type of renewable resource is still on the table, right? It doesn't need to be all solar. It may look that way because, right, solar is the cheapest compared to fuel prices, right now, right? So is wind, but then we do have problems with wind, right? Where do we put that, right? But
I'm a hydrogen fan myself, actually.
Yes.
But the technology is not there
And
yet.
that's why we have our budget request to increase our ceiling so we can get that program underway.
Okay, anyways, we look forward to hearing that this is doable, it's practical, and it's not just an effort that we put in statute because it's politically acceptable.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do. And you're still my constituent after that
Yes.
question, right? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Representative Kobayashi.
Did DNF or Governor give you any rationale for why they cut two of your biggest items, the central services and the building renovation?
Oh, why those were not included in the, as we understand it, for the building renovation, I know a little bit about that the amount that we're having to ask for now is consistent with what we were put into what I understood was a steady state budget that carried over, but that we actually were seeking in our budget request an amount that was over 10 million. And as I understand why, and we are continuing to request that, and hopefully we'll see that in a governor's message. But as far as background about why it's not 10 million and it's 7.6 million instead, my understanding was that it was looking at, I guess, our percentage ownership of the King Kalakaua building. We are in a arrangement when the building was purchased where we own, and I think I misspoke about the percentage the other day when I was speaking about this in front of the Ways and Means Committee, but I mentioned 76%. I think it might actually be 74%. So that it's some percentage of what we were seeking is based on our ownership of the building is how we ended up with this this particular amount, which doesn't line up with what we actually need based on the estimate that we received and have for the repair work. But the other percentage ownership is the post office. And so what was discussed was the idea that because it takes, longer, I think, in the process for them to get the funding in order to, put up their share of the repair expense. You can't replace 74% of the roof, right? So I think the concept is we will have the entire amount, we'll put the entire amount up, but for their percentage share of that cost, we will have an agreement for them to pay that back. So that is the thinking.
Have you ever thought of not being fully compliant to the historic preservation specifications? I mean, we have many buildings that have or had historic preservation status which were demolished entirely or modified.
Mhm. I don't know, and of course, I'm coming in new and have inherited what had gone on before me in terms of whatever had gone out for preparation of an estimate of the repair costs, which included costs to replace the roof tiles. So I don't know what might have been looked at in terms of compliance with the historic preservation status that might have somehow minimized part of that cost. But if assuming, for example, the most significant part would be the replacement of the roof tiles, because it has to have a certain look. This is the preservation.
Well, we went through that with McKinley High School,
Okay.
if you were around then.
Well, I'm not familiar with exactly what the situation was with McKinley High School. But I don't know in that circumstance whether there was a situation where you couldn't find the replacement, and so that you weren't able to perhaps technically apply with, comply with what might have been required. In this case, as I understand it, they were able to find a company that still manufactured and sold the particular roof tiles that were put on this building when it was constructed in 1913. Now, I think if you had a situation where you couldn't do that and it was no longer possible, there must be provisions that would allow you to deviate from any kind of strict compliance because it's impossible. So given that, I'm assuming that this is what was done, and once they found actually they could replace them with the same tiles, then you have to go that route, and the expense, as I understand it, is about $5 million.
Okay, thank you.
On the other matter, I am not familiar exactly what happened with that, and I don't know if you might want to hear from Iris Ikeda on that. I think you mentioned something about the...
Well, you have a cut in that central services assessment, but that's all right.
Okay, all right.
Non-programmatic.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Director. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to get an update about the digital currency sandbox, and I don't know if Iris would be able to, or someone else from the department. I'm just wondering, like, it was last year we didn't pass the bill, and so I'm assuming it was extended, and I'm just wondering for how long and what the plans are for, doing people who are invested in cryptocurrency in Hawaii.
Aloha. So my name is Iris Ikeda. I'm the bank commissioner. So thanks for the question. So the Digital Currency Innovation Sandbox, it is still in force right now. So I was able to extend it for 2 more years. The new end date is June 30th, 2024 for consumer transactions, and December 31st to actually wind down all of the accounts. Right now, we have not allowed other companies to join the sandbox. Right now, as you probably know, that industry is moving very quickly. There's been, a few bankruptcies, and the technology has changed some too. And so I think that, for right now, the 11 companies that are currently in the sandbox are probably going to stay for now. We could open it up at some future date, but that's currently not in our plans.
Okay. And is there plans to do legislation again to figure out how to regulate, or are we just sort of at wait and see until maybe next year to see what happens with the industry? Or so
last year, the digital currency bill was our administrative package bill. This year, we did not put in a bill for, the administrative package, but, we believe that there probably are people who are still interested in that. Would be open, to having some regulation of the companies. We think that those companies need to be regulated for consumer protection. And
How many people are still in, like, Hawaii residents are still using the sandbox?
so approximately, from the last quarter's statistics, I think it was about 153,000 Hawaii residents.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay, thank you very much for coming today. We will have our budget analysts moving along and working with you, and the committee also looks forward to working with you. So,
Yeah.
thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
coming. Thank you.
Chair.
We're in
Thank you,
recess.
Vice Chair. Thank you, members.
Okay, the Committee on Finance will reconvene to continue our informational briefings next month. And next up is DHERD, please.
Good afternoon and aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Brenna Hashimoto, and I'm the newly appointed Designate Director of the Department of Human Resources Development, or DHERD as it's known. Before I proceed with our budget presentation, I'd like to introduce the members of the DHERD team that are here with me today. Starting with Ryan Yamane, I think you all are intimately familiar with him. I also have Eric Nita sitting next to him, who is the head of our Labor Relations Division. Next to Eric is Jennifer Maury Kilby, and she's the administrator of the Employee Claims Division. Behind Jennifer is Raynell Yee, who oversees our Employee Relations Division. Next to Raynell is Corey Dido, who's a supervisor in our Employee Staffing Division. And next to Corey is Jennifer Green, our newly appointed Staffing Administrator. Okay, first I would like to say that I'm excited to be part of Team Green, and I share the governor's vision for the state of Hawaii, including a robust human resources program that attracts and retains high-quality talent. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to utilize my 30 years of experience in state human resources to collaborate with the legislature and to effectuate real progress in the department. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about the Department of Human Resources Development and my plans and vision for leading and supporting the HR needs of the executive branch. Before I talk about our budget requests, I'd like to take a moment to share my top priorities. First is to fill DHERD's vacant positions, which is about approximately 25 out of our 90 positions, so that we can get on with the work that's required of us. We currently have too many vacant positions in our staffing and claims divisions, which is hampering our ability to service our departments and to be responsive. We also recently lost our ASO and her secretary to retirement, along with the longstanding vacancy of our human resources specialist. Basically, the HR for HR has been vacant for years. So secondly, we need to modernize the way in which we conduct recruitment. I'm sure you've all heard from many other departments about their struggles to fill their vacancies. Frankly, we need to do more than rely on the current post and pray method, which is basically posting a job and praying that the right applicant applies. Instead, we need to move forward with a more modern approach, or many approaches, to recruitment to include the following. First, I'd like to use employment-based social media and networking platforms such as LinkedIn, Indeed, ZipRecruiter. Due to the current labor market, we need to be reaching out to potential candidates that may not be looking for work. I would also like to dedicate resources to stand up a team of recruiters, each dedicated to a specialized field or industry, such as law enforcement, healthcare, social services, administrative jobs, and blue-collar jobs, and have them work closely with the corresponding state departments where those jobs reside, and to cultivate relationships with likely sources of talent, such as UH Manoa, the community colleges, trade schools, and high schools. I'd also like to expand the use of the Wiki Hire model, which empowers motivated applicants and managers to accelerate the interview and selection process. My most recent position was as the Departmental Human Resources Officer for the State Department of Human Services, where my team and DHERD worked together to launch the first Wiki Hire program for child welfare services. I believe there are many more opportunities to implement the Wiki Hire model. Lastly, we can't overlook the value of in-person traditional recruitment strategies, such as job fairs. I'd like DHERD to hold quarterly job fairs, both in person and or virtually, where we can promote the benefits of public service on a more personal level and work with individual job seekers to match them with opportunities throughout the state. Another one of our must-do projects is the transition to an electronic workers' compensation claims system. The funds for the software as a service were appropriated last session, and it's now incumbent upon DHERD to find the personnel resources to initiate and manage that change. In terms of modernization, I'd also like to see the state move from a paper-based performance management system to an electronic paperless system. Right now, we spend about 4 to 6 pages for each employee every year. We circulate it around the state for signatures, and it has to be filed in a hard copy file. I'd like to see that all move to electronic-based system. And a little further down the road, I'd also like to conduct a deep dive into the issues surrounding employee retention. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to keep hiring folks if we can't keep them. So we need to figure out why folks are leaving. But I'll save those thoughts for another day. As you can tell, I could go on and on about my priorities and plans, but we're here today to talk about our 2 budget requests that were submitted in keeping with the steady state approach. The first of which is for HRD 102. It's the addition of $4.305 million for FY24 and $5.225 million for FY25 to help address the increasing costs associated with managing workers' compensation claims. The second one is also for HRD 102, and it's the addition of roughly $75,000 in FY24 and roughly $80,000 in FY25 for 2 half-year funded HR specialist positions that were authorized last session, but only half-year funded, and both of those positions are now filled. Although not included on our steady state budget request, I plan to work with Governor Green and Director Salaveria to identify and vet several other proposals that would support our efforts to stabilize DHERD and modernize the state's human resources program. As I indicated earlier, I'm looking forward to working with all of you, as well as the other directors, to effectuate positive changes throughout DHERD and the executive branch. I'm confident that each modest investment in DHERD has the potential for outsized impact on the entire executive branch. Thank you for your time and attention, and my team and I are here and available to answer your questions. Nice to see you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, we'll open up to questions. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I feel a little bit of pressure to ask a couple of questions here, considering my prior role, so I'll lead off. First of all, Director, thank you for your willingness to serve. I know you could have stayed in your fairly comfortable position with DHS. I do appreciate you stepping up. There are some departments where maybe they can get by without having leaders who have technical expertise, but DHERD is certainly not one of them, so I appreciate you again stepping up with your 30 years of service.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Sure thing. And then also thank you for bringing your executive team. These are people I had the pleasure of working with for the bulk of Governor Gage's second term, and I know they're going to serve you well. Okay, so we've had other departments come and talk about some of the challenges of recruiting. I mean, I'm just hoping you can clear up some of these, what I feel are misconceptions. So we've heard repeatedly that, you know, the city and county and other jurisdictions can pay more than what the state can pay. But I know we have the principle of equal pay for equal work. Can you kind of explain how that works?
I've also heard that, and but I don't believe that that's entirely accurate. I think most of the jobs, when we hear that there's a comparison between the state job and the city job, there's usually a distinction which impacts the pricing of that job. For example, I had an experience when I was at DHS where we had building inspectors who inspected housing units at our Hawaii Public Housing Authority, and they were compared to positions that were in the city. However, those inspectors also did commercial inspections and were a little bit more complex. They were distinguishably more complicated. So there are oftentimes distinct minute differences that account for that pricing difference. The state also has several policies which allow us to be flexible when it comes to compensation. For example, we have flexible hiring, where you can consider an applicant's excess professional experience or excess relevant experience, and then they don't necessarily have to start at the entry salary. They can start somewhere at the midpoint or anywhere from the entry to the midpoint of the salary schedule. So it would require a specific example for us to go back and take a look at, but I'm confident that most of our pricing is accurate for the work that's done. We also have a statute that requires that there be comparability between the jurisdictions. So Raynell's team actually consults with the other jurisdictions anytime we amend a class or we establish a new class, so that we ensure that there's consistency amongst jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you for the response. Another question we hear quite a bit, and you mentioned this yourself, is the Wiki program.
Yes.
Sometimes it's conveyed as kind of a silver bullet. You know, why doesn't the state use this method for all hiring or all recruiting? Can you explain to the committee what Wiki is and how you see that as a tool going forward?
Okay, so Wiki is it's a method in which applicants can apply for a particular job, and rather than waiting for the recruitment to close, normally we open up a recruitment, we have a closing date a couple weeks later. Sometimes we don't close it. Sometimes it's on what we call continuous recruitment. And we wait until the closing period, and then it's depending upon how many applications there are. It can take, weeks. It can take sometimes months just to qualify or get back to those individuals. Sometimes we need more information from an applicant. The response is insufficient for us to determine whether they qualify. So we hold up sending out that list. With the WikiWiki, we can review their application right away, and we can send them a letter that says, you're qualified for this job. And here's a list of departments and recruiters who you can contact directly, and they will schedule an interview, and you can be considered for their job right then. So it takes out all of that delay in waiting for the department to get a list, and then waiting for that hiring manager to schedule all the interviews with, say, a dozen applicants, or wait for them to get back to them. So it just speeds up the process, but it has to be, there needs to be training associated with that. So managers and supervisors who are going to be the point of contact for their department in that particular job need to understand their role and responsibility and be willing to take it on. And not every department is willing to do that. It does require, additional resources. They can't just rely on, HR or somebody else to handle that. They have to be willing to engage with their applicants and speed it up.
Okay, thanks for the information. The beginning in your remarks, you also mentioned the posted pray method. It's pretty passive. As you said, you post it and wait for people to apply. You did say you have thoughts on modernizing the process, and we'd like to hear that at some point. You mentioned specifically LinkedIn and ZipRecruiter. What would it cost for the department to utilize those kind of services?
In the big scheme of things, it's very modest. It depends on how many slots we want to have. So the way I understand LinkedIn, and I'm by no means an expert, but the way I understand it is that you can elect to have a certain number of slots, and each slot will allow you to post a particular job, and then you can swap those out though. So you can have up to, say, if we chose to do 50, which I think is probably around a manageable amount, it would cost maybe $100,000 a year or so. It's about $2,000 per slot, and then once we fill the job, we can put in a different job in that slot. So it's up to 50. I think with our staff right now, I mentioned we have staffing challenges in that unit, and so that is somewhat hampering our ability to do some of these more innovative things. But we're hopeful. All of our vacancies are under recruitment, and we hope to have more staff in place to be able to accomplish this soon.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I don't want to make this a one-on-one, so I'll just yield for the time being. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further question? Representative Morikawa, followed by Kobayashi, followed by Ward.
Thank you. Oh gosh, things have changed in my, 40 years in government? Because way back when we had to take a test, we had to place top 5, and then, that was very competitive. It's amazing how we have changed. But do you have conferences among the other jurisdictions to talk about the compensation plan? Or do you even have a compensation plan?
Well, that is all negotiated. All the salary schedules are all negotiated.
So you don't like.
So we do meet during negotiations, but it's not. I'm thinking you're thinking we have more control over it.
Well, I thought it was like a universal statewide compensation plan where everybody agrees that this is the title of that position, and they try to keep it consistent. But I'm guessing that's long gone. I mean, firefighter or fire whatever, or clerk, or whatever the position may be, had to be consistent.
Right.
Among
So
jurisdictions.
the titles do not have to be consistent. For example, we use the title office assistant to refer to clerical assistants at various different levels. But that replaced a clerk typist, a clerk steno. So all of those many years ago got rolled into one series called office assistant.
Right.
Whereas
but that's used throughout all jurisdictions. Pretty
No,
much, no.
It's not. So the
Oh.
city and county still use clerk typists, and but that's their discretion. But we do look. Raynell's team has a bunch of very competent individuals who are able to digest all of that information and then make those comparisons between our classes, and then we look for comparability in terms of the level and the scope to make sure that we're pricing a job, even though they may have different titles, that the pricing is the same.
Yeah.
And the salary schedule, that we refer to it as the SR, the salary range, the numbering is consistent.
So the interview portion goes back to the department? You just give them the list?
Yes, yes. So our job is to take in the applications and then make sure that the individuals that have applied meet the minimum qualification requirements. And then we refer those names to the hiring agency or to the department. And then they take over with scheduling interviews and making their selection.
So the complaint usually is that DHERD, they're waiting for you guys. Do you think some of the delays might be the departments themselves?
I think it's shared, for sure. I think our research shows that we're responsible, or we have in our hopper, roughly 40% of the vacancies. So the other 60%, the departments are doing other things with them. Either they're, reorganizing, they're redescribing those jobs, they are in internal recruitment. We like to encourage them to do internal recruitment first, if that's part of their process, because normally, we like to offer our own employees the opportunity for promotion before we go and find somebody from the outside. So a lot of those things happen, that don't involve DHERD, and that accounts for some of the delay. Some of the delay is after they get the list and then scheduling the interviews and making a selection. But there's certainly enough opportunity for us to improve our processes as well to shorten that time.
Well, I can understand where the problem becomes if they get promoted, then you have to fill their position.
Yes, there's a trickle-down effect,
So it
for sure.
starts all over again.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Kobayashi, followed by Ward, followed by Chair Matayoshi.
We've had many departments tell us that they have problems with personnel, with hiring, with retention. Clearly, it's a very large problem. And what you said is both good and bad about salary range comparability. But I think that your response is itself part of the problem. That is, you essentially defended the department's position that you do have wage comparability. But just this week, we heard a department director say just the opposite. And while it's sort of difficult for us to judge, I think that we cannot entirely avoid the opinion of one department director. And perhaps there should be some sort of attempt to solve at least some of the problems at your level, and perhaps bring other people in from as many departments as you can. That is, the HR chiefs of as many departments as you can get, and have them contribute or have them suggest solutions to the problems that they see at their level. Because obviously, DHERD is seen as one of the hurdles that we have in state government.
Certainly, and that's why I'm here. I came from the department. Those are my colleagues. Those are my friends. I understand their struggles, but I don't know specifically the situation you're talking about. And maybe offline you can share that with me, and I can reach out to them, and we can try to figure out what exactly they're referring to. But I am completely sympathetic to the situation that the departments face, and my whole objective here is to try to improve our responsiveness, to try to fill our jobs, to try to change our processes so that we can be more responsive. But I'm not familiar with that specific situation you're referring to.
Well, okay. On another tack, Will we expect to see another budget add-on from the Green administration? You mentioned trying to do more work with social media, trying to do more outreach and job fairs, trying to do less with hard copy paperwork. Will we see a proposal from the Green administration? Do you have a proposal?
We
in
have
the
not,
hopper?
we have not vetted a proposal yet. These are things that are still in the works, and I would hate to commit something that hasn't been vetted by the governor yet, but those are certainly my goals, which
But
I'll be advocating
you
for.
have not submitted them for the governor. We would not expect to hear any proposal this legislative session.
I can't comment on the timing, but I'm hopeful, like I'm ready to go. I think we can't waste much more time. I know Governor Green wants to figure this out as well, but I hate to get too far ahead of myself without discussing it with him before that. I just want to go back to your earlier question too and mention that the departmental human resources officers, of which I was a member for many, many years, meet monthly. So they talk regularly. We have a standing meeting. I chaired and co-chaired that committee for a long time. And my plan is to bring my team. We'll be communicating with them at their meetings. I'll be there, and if I can't be there, my team will be there, and we'll be collaborating with them as we move forward. That's my commitment to them, and I tend to see it through.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. I liked your opening statement. You said you were proud to be part of the Team Green. Was that you, or was that the governor's office speaking, or was it Representative Yamani, who's known for humor and spinmeisters?
That's entirely mine.
Okay, well, that was good. And then the notion of post and pray, which gets to my question. You didn't mention Indeed, but in my experience, Indeed is a good way of getting a lot of people throwing the net out. Do you use them? You mentioned LinkedIn, but you didn't mention.
I did mention Indeed, actually,
Oh,
probably.
you did?
Yes.
I may not have been listening properly then.
It's one of those, one of the options that we would like to consider using. See, right now, we rely on everybody to know to come to our website, right? But anybody who's
can't
not
do that.
familiar, they're just gonna Google it, and we're not gonna show up.
You
They're
gotta
gonna-
go where they are, and
they're
that's
gonna
where
go-
your social media
Yes,
thing is very,
exactly.
very astute.
So we hope to, LinkedIn is sort of the place where professionals like to reside. There's a lot of other jobs that may be more appropriate for LinkedIn or other ZipRecruiter, other platforms that may be suitable for more
So you
other
will be
jobs.
doing Indeed then, or at least,
I can't say for sure, but that's our plan.
okay, I would highly recommend that. Now, for a really plebeian suggestion, Craigslist, everybody gets to look at Craigslist for some reason. I know, no, it's not in the same category, but if you need not necessarily anything wrong with the truck driver or other thing, but we have what the University of Hawaii told us, Dr. Bonham of UH Hero, that there is a new thing out there called employee hoarding. Everybody is gonna hoard their employees and they don't wanna let them go. But you've gotta attract people and you have to go where they are. So even though Craigslist is probably not the best of all, but I would say throw your net out as broad as possible, because I think Representative Kobayashi was being diplomatic, because there's a lot of frustration with your department. What is the average time when somebody requests a position to be filled, the number of days or months that it takes to fill it?
I don't know that there's an average. There's so many, it's so complex. There are some jobs that we can fill really quickly, and others that take, for example, when I was at DHS, I was trying to fill my civil rights specialist. Exceedingly hard position to fill.
Because of supply or demand? I mean, like.
Because of supply. It's
Supply.
very challenging. So in those kinds of situations where it's a job where you just, you're looking for unicorns, you need to think differently. You need to, if you can't fill it within a reasonable amount of time, maybe you need to re-describe the job. You need to lower the level so that you bring somebody in that maybe doesn't have all the experience of a fully functioning independent worker, but you bring it down and you train them up. Right? So you have to work individually with the departments on those kinds of situations, because it does require more effort on the part of the manager to invest the time and effort into training. And some managers are not as willing to do that. And so you have to, there's no one answer. We would like to, in all cases, make things quicker and find the right people. And I think with some of these tools, we'll be able to do that.
So how many people or vacancies are you presently attempting to fill in the state government? The whole big picture.
Well, we
How many?
have, I think we decided we have about 4,600 vacancies, just this week we ran the numbers. And but I don't believe all of those are currently under recruitment. That's just the total vacancy picture at this point. Like I said, about 38 to 40% of the vacancies are with DHERD at any given time, most recently. But the rest of them are not in active recruitment with DHERD.
So you're having a hard time to hire people who hire people?
Yes. Yes.
Because?
I'm not sure what has occurred prior to my starting, but I know I'm dedicated to trying to fill them.
You're Team Green, you gotta get the job done.
Yes, absolutely.
Wish you the best, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair Matsuyoshi.
Thank you, Chair. So I obviously like the idea of going after LinkedIn. It seems like we are, maybe LinkedIn is coming to us in a sense. I know you said that a lot of the times you'll have a lot of applicants or a handful of applicants apply to a position. You'll have to go through and cull and see which ones are actually qualified for the position before sending those resumes on. Those other resumes, though, those are people who are interested in state positions who may not have qualified for that position, but I'm wondering if you take those resumes and direct them towards positions that they may be qualified for that are open. Because it seems like in that case, right now, you'd like to use LinkedIn to go after those candidates and hope that they're interested in a state position, hope that they're qualified for a certain thing, but right now you have resumes kind of coming to you that, anyway, are you doing any of that, or has that been?
I don't believe we are. I believe we just consider them for the job that they applied for, but that's a great point. If we've got applicants who are coming through our doors who perhaps don't have the right experience or education for the job that they're interested in, it would be good if we could direct them to a position that maybe is more suited to their background.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier when we met about how state jobs might not be as appealing because of XYZ, and these are candidates who have already kind of overcome that challenge, are clearly interested in working for the state,
Right.
and are interested in, along with all of the current restrictions in place for pensions and so on and so forth. I just want to encourage you we have so many open positions, as you know, including
Yes.
in your department. I'm encouraging you to take those resumes that you have and direct them towards openings that we have. I think that would maybe make the process a lot faster and maybe obviate the need for LinkedIn or other Indeed sources.
It's a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members. Representative Moricon.
One more thing just crossed my mind. How many qualified applicants are submitted for a position?
They can take as many as we get. I know at DHS we did big recruitments for eligibility workers, and we would take 75 or 80 at a time.
So I guess
I know you mentioned earlier that you had to be the top 5. I'd forgotten about that rule, but that's long since gone.
Well, I heard that when you have such a huge list for, say, a few positions, you have to call and get a response from every single one before you can move on?
Not necessarily. Normally, and what I'm familiar with at DHS is we would send out an email, contact us for an interview, and we would proceed to schedule interviews. We wouldn't necessarily wait for everybody to respond.
Okay, so if you don't
not required.
respond, you're gone. If you respond, you can move on to the next
Yes.
level.
Right.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Garrett.
Just a quick question, non-budgetary. Has the governor asked you to serve as the chief negotiator?
Yes, I'm serving that role at this point.
Do you expect it? Uh-oh, I'm gonna open up a can there. Do you expect a budgetary request to fill all the positions related to the Office of Collective Bargaining?
The Office of Collective Bargaining technically falls under the governor's office, and it doesn't technically fall under DHERD. So my understanding is that there will be something, but I'm not certain of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay. Director, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For
Thanks.
being before
Thank
us,
you.
and we look forward to working with you.
Me too. Thank
Okay,
you.
members, we're adjourned for the day. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Okay.